Well, good morning. Good morning to everyone and welcome. I greet you and I'm super excited that you're joining us for our third annual Youth College and Career Excellence Summit. I want to welcome the students, especially young adults. If you're in college, welcome and thank you. Parents, thank you for joining as well. You're absolutely welcome and is meant for both young adults, students, and parents. And if we have any repeat attendees this year, welcome back again this year. Each year we try to host this summit and create new opportunities and introduce new pieces to the summit than we did previous years. So I'm super excited that you're able to join us today, and we're going to jump right in. From a logistics standpoint, I do want to remind everyone that this event is being recorded for future references for those who would like to view some of the information that we're going to be sharing over the next day or so. And they're not able to join today, we're going to make it available to them. And we also use clips from the summit at times for promotional purposes. Your line should be muted, but if at any point during today or tomorrow's summit you feel like you want to ask a question, feel free to come off mute, or you can use the chat function or raise your hand, whatever you feel most comfortable with, to make sure that you ask any questions you have. And please stay tuned. I would highly encourage you to attend both days of the summit, because there will be giveaways at key times throughout the next day or so, and also scholarship opportunities. So we will be sharing more about those things as we progress. But I certainly want to make sure this is an interactive summit. There's a lot of information, particularly today, that I'll be sharing with you, but I want to make sure that it's fun, it's engaging, it's interactive. So please, there'll be times when I will ask you to come off mute or to put in the chat some things, and I certainly hope that you participate to make it more interactive for everyone. So let me start by introducing myself. I am Dr. Christie Murray, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Educational Excellence Incorporated. And I formed this company about 3 years ago with the hopes of really getting out into the market to share more relevant professional management, career services, and more with in general across the industry. So just to give a little bit about my company, again, we are a professional and management consulting firm. We deliver world-class professional management consulting and training services to help our clients, whether they're individuals, groups, or corporations, to gain and maintain a competitive advantage with excellence. And listed below are some of the key services, but the one service that really highlights what we're doing here with the summit today is the college and career planning aspect of what we do. So how does that all bridge to why are we hosting this summit? Well, I'll tell you. Years ago, I wrote two books, one called College Planning Strategies I Wish Someone Had Told Me. This is back in like 2018. And one called College Funding Strategies I Wish Someone Had Told Me. So both of these books are books that I wrote. I wrote those books because I found, I live in the Northern Virginia area, even in that community and in that area, there were still parents and students just in my community who didn't feel like they were prepared for life beyond high school. And then I found that there's really no comprehensive resources that existed to help prepare students and parents for life after high school, because parents ultimately and guardians are the ones who are going to help facilitate you getting through those next phases. So what I did was I wrote those books to help to support school systems, because they're still struggling as well. With over the 60 million students in the U.S., believe it or not, many of them leave high school unsure about what they want to study or what careers they're interested in, unsure how to get it funded, and unsure about what those next steps are. And we certainly want to help bridge those gaps. And many students, surprisingly, have no plan. Can y'all believe it? Let me know in the chat, yes or no, if you have a plan for your college or your career aspirations next. Let me know in the chat if you have a plan. And if you don't have a plan, that's okay too. We're going to talk about that a little bit. But I also found that there's a lot of students who graduated from college with debt if they were able to finish college at all. Sometimes the debt is so surmountable, or they are unable to pay out of pocket, and so they're not able to finish their academic pursuits. So we want to really work to help minimize that. Okay, thanks, Francesca and Angeli. Great. It looks like some of you have a plan, have an idea. Okay, Eden has a plan. Good. So I want to talk about that more over the next day or so. And then lastly, students and parents lack the time to apply to college and to look for scholarships. So I will tell y'all this. Time is of the essence, and that's the one commodity that once it's gone, you can't get it back. So if you're in the 9th grade, 10th grade, 12th grade, if you're currently in college, the good news is by having a plan, as some of you already mentioned in the chat, and by attending events like this summit, you're going to hopefully walk away much better than you started with this summit, with information and resources to help you on that journey. Because the more resources you have, the less time it will take you to execute your plan. Here's another reason why I'm super passionate about the work that I'm doing. Many of you, if you paid attention to the news, you'll notice that the Supreme Court, struck down affirmative action where it came down to college admissions in K through 12 environments. So now colleges don't have to look at the demographics in terms of race and ethnicity when it comes down to how they admit students into their college. So whereas those things were put into place initially because there was an unfair advantage to some and not to others, the Supreme Court recently made a decision that colleges could no longer have on their applications any information around race or use that to factor who they would admit into their colleges or universities. So I have my own views on that. I believe that certain programs exist because this country, and I love America, but this country has a challenge at times with making sure that things are done fair and equitable. And so we're not looking for necessarily to have colleges and universities provide a competitive edge to any particular ethnicity or race, but we certainly want to make sure it's fair, balanced, and there's equality in how those decisions are being made. And then also, recently, the Supreme Court also ruled against the notion of student loans. I know the Biden administration was really working to reduce and to create an opportunity to relieve some of the student loan debt that we know we are struggling with in the United States. But the Supreme Court also blocked that initiative as well, which means these programs, like the ones that I'm talking about and that you're here to hear more about today, are extremely important. Now, a lot of students, including I have 2 sons, you'll hear me talk about throughout the talk, but a lot of young people don't believe there's merit and value in a college education, or they think that it's a scam because the cost of attendance to go to college is higher than sometimes the benefit or the debt they're going to be weighted down with on the back end. But here's what I'll tell you. If there are factions going to the Supreme Court to strike down affirmative action to make sure that there's equal and fair access to college admissions, number 1, and 2, to block student loan debt from being relieved, that should be enough to tell you that a college education does matter. Nobody's going to invest as much money and time as some of the interest groups and the PACs have done to minimize any opportunity to help those who might be underprivileged or less fortunate get to college. Then now, that should tell you that there is tremendous value in going to college and benefit and getting an education. I had this conversation with my sons, and one of the things that I pointed out is to get to the Supreme Court, to get to Capitol Hill, to get to local, state, and federal government and legislative branches, most of those individuals who are making decisions about our futures have professional degrees, attorneys, doctors, and other scientists and professionals who are providing insight into this whole process. So while you don't think it's important, if we want and we should be maintaining a part of the decision making of our lives, I am always going to be an advocate of education. So we're going to talk more about ways in which you can look at your future differently than you probably ever have before. So with this summit, our main mission for the summit is to make sure that we are sharing impactful information with you on careers and college planning so that you walk away more informed. And we're going to be sharing resources and information with you that I wish someone had told me when I was in your situation some 30 years ago. So what we want to do is educate, equip, and empower students and families. There are over 17 million high school students across the U.S. Did you know that most of the ones who graduate, 59% of recent graduates are not enrolled in college? So, Miss Christie, more than half the students that are graduating are not enrolled in college. And many of those are still unsure about what to do next in terms of a career and entering out into the workforce. So what do we want to do with this summit? We want to make sure that we work to increase your awareness of what it takes to get into college, your awareness of what it takes to get out into the workforce, figure out what careers you want, and certainly put together a plan. And we want to increase the college enrollment and college graduation rates, if I'm honest. But also, with the 43 million people in this country, we've already talked about student loan and the student loan debt. There's $1.75 trillion in student loan debt. So I feel personally responsible for doing a little bit of part, a mustard seed of work to help reduce and triage the student loan debt crisis. And I do say crisis that we have in the United States. Now, how do we do that? Many young people who have no idea of what to do after they graduate from high school, or those who don't prepare adequately in high school or even while they're in college to minimize and reduce the student loan debt, we want to certainly work with you to do that. Because if we can start to put young people on a trajectory where they have the financial resources and they don't have to take out as many student loans because there are other avenues to pursue it, that's what we want to do. My ultimate vision is to help you to get to graduate from college and to graduate debt free. So that is what we're going to be talking about during this summit. So what are we doing? We want to take information, education. We want to bridge the gap. And the reason why this summit happens in August of every year is because school starts soon. And some of you have already started school. Put in the chat if you've already started school. Put me a yes. Drop me a yes in the chat if you've already started school. But for those of you who are either have started recently or will be starting soon, yep, I figured some have already started. It's very important to not wait until after the school year starts to inform you with some of the information and support that we're going to be sharing. So that is why this summit happens in August of every year, so that we can reach you before school starts. Okay, somebody starts right after Labor Day in September. Okay, so there's a variation. Some of you have started, some of you are about to go, and some of you are in college. Bethany, welcome back. Thank you. Bethany has probably this is probably your second or third summit you've attended, and Bethany was one of our first scholarship recipients back in 2021, and it's good to see you back. Obviously, she finds value in what we're doing with this program. So I always kick off with a little bit about my story, and here's why I share it. Because most people who are doing things for the community and because they're passionate about it are doing it because they have a personal connection to what they're doing. So I'm going to abbreviate my story. 30 years ago to this year, 1993, I was graduating from high school. I went on college tours, and the one school I fell in love with was Hampton University. I wanted to go to Hampton. I wanted to major in electrical engineering. And at the time, my mother was like, yo, we have 2 other kids in college. I can't afford Hampton. Now, Hampton's a private school, so it was a little bit more expensive. And my mother and I went back and forth. And she says, well, look, if you want to go to Hampton, that's fine, but you're going to have to figure out how to pay for it. Sounds familiar to some of you? So guess what? I knew I had to roll up my sleeves and get to work. What most people didn't know, I don't even know if my parents knew at the time, but I had a whole system at home. And I'm going to talk a lot about systems, because if you can get organized and put a few systems into place, it will save you so much time, effort, and the dividends and the outcomes will be outstanding. But I had a system. I had letters of recommendation. I had stacks of essays I'd written. And this is back before the internet and before we were using a typewriter at that time instead of a computer. But I had all these things stacked up in my bedroom, ready to roll. So I had been talking to people at school, teachers in my church, about what I wanted to do. I want to go to Hampton. I want to major in engineering. And one day I'm in high school and my school counselor pulls me out of class and she, hey, Christy, I remember you telling me you wanted to go to Hampton and major in engineering. And I said, I do. Why? And she says, well, what if I told you that there was a company giving away a scholarship and they're looking for a student who wants to go to Hampton University and major in engineering? Every time I say that part of the story, I get goosebumps. And I'll tell you why. Because I believe that things happen just the way they're supposed to. And it was God's intervention that that opportunity made its way to me. So she said, what she said next was uh, pretty impactful to the story. She said, but there's only one caveat if you're interested. And I said, of course I'm interested. She said, it has to be in the mail by tomorrow. Can you get it postmarked? Now, because it was before the internet, and some of you can't relate to that, we had to physically print everything out, put it in an envelope, take it to the post office and mail it. The post office has to stamp it postmarked by a certain date. And so she looked at me, she said, can you make it happen? And I said, I can make it happen. Can you get my transcripts out that quick? And if you know anything about high school and transcripts, it does not happen overnight. And we'll talk about that too. And she looked at me and she chuckled and she says, I'll get your transcripts out today. Needless to say, I went home, grabbed from the stack of essays I had already pre-written, tailored it to this one, grabbed those extra letters of recommendations I had, put that package together, got it off. 2 interviews later. Wait a minute, Miss Christie, you had to interview for a scholarship? Twice. Twice I interviewed. And after the second interview, I was awarded that scholarship. Now, I tell that story and I tell it to say, on my high school graduation day, not only did I have that scholarship, but I had several other academic scholarships. I only had a 3.6. I wasn't the valedictorian, but I had the most scholarship money out of any female who crossed the graduation stage that year, including the valedictorian. And not only did it come with a scholarship for every year I went to Hampton, but it came with a summer internship every summer that I actually was in college and a full-time job when I graduated from college. All the day I walked across the high school stage. And that day, I was so incredibly blessed for the opportunity and excited, but more blessed than anything, that I told myself that if I'm ever given the opportunity to reach and help other students to do the same, that's exactly what I do. That is the reason why I host this summit. I've written these books, and no matter what I have going on in my life, I'm going to stop and make sure that I share this information with other students and parents just like you. So, as I share my story, I want to kick off with our agenda for today. We have a full agenda. We're going to chat till about 3 p.m. today. So I've already kind of covered the welcome and opening remarks. Next, I'm going to talk about college and career planning strategies, and it's going to be based off of this book, College Planning Strategies I Wish Someone Had Told Me. And you're going to see me reference a lot throughout this summit from my own personal materials. And then around 11:15, we're going to take a career assessment. What? You're going to put us to work, Miss Christie? Yes, I am. So it's going to be pretty simple, pretty easy, but I think it's going to be very beneficial. And then we're going to break for lunch for about 30 minutes around noon, come back at 12:30. And let me know if I have any athletes in the group. Let me know in the chat if there are any athletes in the group, because what I want to do is to talk a little bit about the NCAA eligibility process. Great, Yasmin. And welcome back, another repeat guest of mine. And we're going to talk about that process because I have 2 sons who played sports from the age of 5 up through their 20s. And you would be surprised how many well-informed, smart young people have no idea what it takes to get into college through the NCAA process. So I'm going to hit some of the basics so that you can at least say, I need to be paying attention to some of these things. And then we're going to talk about that for about 30 minutes. And then we're going to come back and talk about the afternoon is really going to be about money. College funding strategies, I wish someone had told me, and also scholarship search and application strategies. I'm breaking out the scholarship search because this is the piece that I think is very critical in order to graduate debt-free and not have to pay a lot out of pocket. So this year, I am specifically covering that in its own session. And then we'll have closing remarks, and you'll get some very important instructions around 2:45 today. Now, if you are interested in applying for the scholarships that we're going to award tomorrow, you'll have to attend both days, and I will be checking to see if you're still on board today and interacting. And so we'll give those instructions during the closing remarks today. And then tomorrow, we're going to meet from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And tomorrow is really about entrepreneurship and starting your own business and how you can get involved with real estate as a young adult, both as a career and thinking differently in your 20s about becoming a homeowner. So we have a special guest who will be talking more about it. And then in the afternoon, we're also going to hear from another special guest who is going to share with us information on financial planning for young adults, some of the key things around your credit and that sort of thing that we want to make sure, whether you are in high school, college, and some of us adults even could use a refresher on some of these key things that we're going to hear tomorrow. And then around 5:45 tomorrow, we're going to end with the scholarship announcements and wrap up with closing remarks and the save the date for our 2024 summit. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Does anybody have any question about the agenda so far? Okay, well, if you do not, let's jump right in and talk about college planning and career strategies that I do wish someone had told me. This is very important. And again, this is based off of my first book that I wrote. I wrote this first book back in 2018, and I had parents coming up to me, and I was like, hey, got my first book written. It wasn't that hard. I would encourage anybody with a book inside of them to do the same, and I self-published. But after I wrote this book, and I introduced 10 strategies, the ones you see here, I had so many parents. I started doing workshops, and I started speaking nationally, and I would have families say, Miss Christie, guess what? We got into school, but now we're trying to figure out how to pay for it. And that's the reason why I wrote the college funding book, which we'll talk more about later. So because you can't just get into school, you got to figure out how to graduate debt free in the process. So that's what we're going to talk more about. Now, my sons were the inspiration for me even writing this book. I didn't know what I wanted to write about until I was sitting at dinner one day, and my 16-year-old, my oldest son, said one day, Mama, you're always helping people with their college planning strategies. Why don't you write about that? And I said, the light bulb came on, which is the reason why you see a light bulb in all of my branded material. But here's what else they said to me. And this was very important. This is why parents, it's important to listen to young people, because they are brilliant minded and they have some of the most impactful information to share and valuable. My son said, Mom, you can't just give young people a book. You got to make it digital. So I do have an ebook version of my books as well. But he said something else. He said, you can't just tell them what to do. You have to show us how. That's the reason why I created the workbooks that go along with my book. Each one of my books has templates that goes along with it. So as you listen to me talk today and tomorrow, if you hear me say this is a template, it is available both in a paper workbook and also in a digital format available to you. Now, I sell these products. This book you can only get exclusive from me. My actual hardback books, you can even get those on Amazon. But this is proprietary to Christie, to my businesses. But these workbook templates were created as a result of listening to young people say, don't just tell us what, show us how. So all the templates are designed to give you the ability to fill them out. You don't have to format them. All you have to do is use them. That saves you so much time. And as you'll learn about me, the one thing that I value is time, because you can't get it back. So I've taken that step to create these resources to save you time. Now, if you think that I've created these strategies and you're questioning, well, these don't work, I have more success stories than I can highlight here today. But I want to highlight just two because these strategies work. These two individuals are very near and dear to me, and there are others that have stories to tell, success stories to tell about their ability to graduate with either low debt or no debt. But let me share two. One on the left, my cousin. He's kind of like a nephew to me because he's younger. He decided He wanted to go to my alma mater, the Hampton University. And shout out to anybody in the chat who is thinking about Hampton University or has graduated from Hampton University or currently matriculating at Hampton. But years ago, he came to me. He lives in Alabama, and he came to me and he said, "Hey, cousin, I could use your help trying to get into college." I said, I'll help you, but here's what I won't do. I'm not going to do the work for you. I will give you all the resources and all the guidance and support you need. But guess what? You're going to have to do it yourself. And he said, "Sure, just tell me how and what I need to do." Fast forward, he followed the system that I have with the strategies I'm going to share with you. And it wasn't the most comfortable, and it's not always going to be sexy, for lack of a better word. But guess what? It's going to be successful. So he did that. He ended up with a Naval ROTC scholarship. He went to Hampton. He actually graduated debt-free. His education and his scholarship plus the stipend he was given for that program, he was able to graduate with over $150,000 worth of education and other benefits from Hampton. The day before he graduated, I got to attend his commissioning ceremony. So not only did he bridge a college education and a career opportunity, he actually got commissioned into the U.S. Navy as an officer the day before he graduated from college. So it's just another opportunity to think about ways in which you can make that happen for yourself. And he's also my fraternity brother. I'm an Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated woman, and he's also a Greek in a Greek fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And shout out to anyone on here who is in a sorority or a fraternity or who might want to consider it in the future, by invitation only mostly. But if you're invited into a fraternity or sorority, then good luck to you. Now on the right, you have my son. Again, college athlete. He plays Division I football at Norfolk State University. So yes, he went through that whole NCAA eligibility process that I'm going to share with you. And I'm sharing things firsthand as a parent watching a scholar athlete go through the same thing. He's attending Norfolk State now, debt free. He's a rising junior this fall. As a matter of fact, he's at football camp now. He's a computer science major. And he not only had athletic scholarships, but he also had academic scholarships. So if you're asking the questions, oh, you can get both types? You can get both types and more. And we're going to talk about some of those things. He followed my system. Now, I will tell y'all something about my boys. I always tell them and my nieces and nephews, you're going to love me, then you're going to hate me, and then you're going to love me again. You're going to love me because you're not put in any discomfort yet. You're going to hate me when we have to do the work, exercise the system, and roll up our sleeves with some sweat equity and make things happen. But you'll love me again when you start to see the results and the rewards and the accomplishments. And so that is what I want you to think about. No pain, no gain in anything we do. So today we're going to take a road trip through the college and career planning journey. And we're going to talk about assessing your own situation. Then we're going to talk about what exactly do we mean by choosing careers and majors, and then picking a college or school. And then we're going to talk about how do you develop a plan and use your time wisely. And then what does it mean to brand yourself and build your scholar profile? Branding is important. And I think the earlier you start thinking about yourself as a brand, the better off you'll be. And then applying to college. So we're going to jump right in. So I'm going to stop sharing briefly. I have a brief poll for you all, and I hope it's still here. If not, I will pivot in a different direction. Let me find it first. Got too many things up. So we'll do one or two things. If my poll actually, here it is. Yes, let me launch my poll. So there are 10 very minor questions. I want 100% participation. There's 28 individuals on, and I just launched the poll. There are 10 brief questions that I would love for you to answer, and because this is part of the next step of where are you now assessment. This is to help you to think about what's your current state as a parent. So parents, I want you to take it. Students, I want you to take it and let me know if it did not launch for some reason. Does everybody, can somebody give me a thumbs up or let me know if the poll launched and you're able to see it and to complete it? Okay, great. Thank you for the thumbs up. Excellent. So if everyone could take this brief poll, it's really quick. Highly encourage you to do it because it's really, everything that I'm going to have you do is going to help you as a parent and help you as a young adult. I'm going to not say students much. I'm going to say young adult or scholar. But it's going to help you and your parents think about your situation differently. So, okay, I'm starting to see some of the feedback coming in. Some of you are taking it. Okay, I'm seeing more students. Great. I see some parents taking it. One parent took it. Come on, parents, let's wake up. If you're like me and you need your first cup of coffee or caffeine hit this morning, take a sip. But please, as many of you as possible, complete the Where Are You Now poll that I just launched. And I'll just give you just a few minutes to do that and play a little music. Let me see if I can play a little music while you do it.
It's the Legion, baby.
Let me give you about 1 minute more to complete the poll. There should be 10 questions, so make sure you go to each question. Scroll down to get to the next question.
HBCUs, 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 HBCUs. I was raised in the valley, but educated up on the hill. Learn to higher my thoughts, now my thoughts lower all my bills. My mind is working, black degree, yeah, it's working. Came a long way from the uncertain. Now I'm sure to thank God for the excursion. Now I got the ability to increase my earnings, and I don't have to do what I used to. Used to be one to take L's. Now due to the
30
tax bracket,
seconds.
it's a fact that we see W-2s. Imagine that. We see W-2s. Imagine that. Now let me get back to the fact that we didn't have access from no schools. Now we're on an atlas. Black grads, we have class. We can discuss it, just don't try to change the subject. Like a cold drink without Q. No, we're not done yet. This is black success, and guess what? We're up now, and we're up next. Hey, you know the world will run just after 4. Like good news. Some world so good, they want some more. Like good food. Look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs.
All right. Everybody hopefully completed the poll. Let me end the poll now. And let me see if I can share my results. All right, let's see. This is my first time really. Can everyone see the poll results?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So I'm glad you can. I don't know how big it's showing up. Hopefully that'll expand it. But I want to go through this together because this is how I like to kick off anything you do in life and you decide you want to pivot or move or you need to change your goal or create a goal. Always ask yourself, where am I? What's my starting point? So as we're taking this college planning road trip, we need to figure out what's our baseline. Where are we currently at? Because that's your point of reference moving forward. So what we know is 73% of those who are on the summit are students, which is great. 23% are parents and 4 other individuals. So thank you others who are taking the time to join us today. We have some middle schoolers, 9th. Every grade is represented, including current college students. So that's good. Good to see. So when I talk, I'll be sharing things that will benefit anyone from middle school all the way up through college on the summit. Do you know your current GPA? This is excellent to see. Most of you do. 4%, one person said they do not. It's okay. You might be in middle school and you may not have a GPA yet, or it might not be applicable to you yet. But if you're saying no, because you just have not gone to get a copy of your unofficial transcript, I highly recommend that as you start your journey towards life after high school and you're thinking about college or you're currently in high school, you should have your GPA every semester. It used to drive my kids and their counselors crazy. After every semester, I was having them reach out to the school counselor, or I was reaching out to the school counselor saying, what's your latest GPA? What's your latest GPA? Because you can't influence what you don't know. You don't know if you need to switch classes, if you need to tutor, if you're above average in the class and you need to focus somewhere else. You can't change the outcome if you don't know what your reality is. So that's one of the reasons why it's important that you know. I don't need to know what your GPA is, but you do. And I want to make sure that you do. I feel really encouraged by number 4. Do you or your child plan to attend college? So most of you say yes. One person is unsure, but that's okay. If you're unsure, it's perfectly fine. We're going to talk about careers that you need a college degree with, careers that you don't. Not everything requires you to go to college. So the key thing is to know what your options are. And if you're not sure, then by knowing that you're not sure, use this time over the next few years, depending on what grade or where you are in your college pursuits, to get more informed, do more research to find out so that you can go from unsure to being very sure. And then number 5, the best time to apply to college is the spring of your senior year. Trick question here. The answer is false. We're going to talk more about it, but you do not want to wait till you're in the spring of your senior year to apply to college. Most colleges give out their money on a funding and their best opportunities on a first come, first served basis. And if you wait till the spring and all your counterparts and your high school peers have applied in the fall across the country or the world, you're behind. So my system, my recommendation, you always apply in the fall, which is the reason why I do this summit in the summer. Because when you hit your fall semester, my high school seniors, you should be off and running. So I know from this poll that there are at least 11 high school seniors. So that's even better. And I'm going to be talking to you because this is your time. Time is of the essence. Number 6, do you or your child have a career or a college plan? Yes, most of you do. Some of you don't. It's okay. You will, because you'll have access to the resources and the information I'm going to share. And hopefully by the time you're done with this summit, you're going to say, I know what I need to be doing. I know what needs to be included in my plan. Number 7, do you or your child know how you will fund your career or college education? Yes and no. Guess what? It's okay to say yes and it's okay to say no, because there are so many resources and opportunities to close that gap and to find better answers to that question and get the funding you need. Number 8, do you or your child know your school counselor? I'm so encouraged that most of y'all do. Only one of you do not. That's okay if you don't. And if your school counselors this fall change and they're not the same ones you had last school year, find out who they are. Who was it, and when I told my story, who actually helped me to find that one scholarship that changed my life? It was my school counselor. Now, I will tell you, you'll hear me say it more than one time, closed mouths don't get fed. It is your responsibility to advocate, communicate for yourself, and articulate for yourself to get through high school, college, and land your first job and beyond. This is a life thing. But you have to be able to say, here's what I'm trying to do. How can you help? Who do you know who can help? Those things will make a difference. And start with your school counselor because they have access to some really great local resources. Number 9, do you know the process of getting your transcripts? Some of you said yes. Most of you said yes. Some of you said no. Well, guess what? Your transcripts can make the difference between your college applications getting out this fall, your scholarship applications getting out this senior year, or not on time. No college is going to grant you admissions until they have everything in your package submitted, including your transcripts. So please don't let your high school be the holdup because you don't know the process. In fact, if you are a junior or a senior in high school, I encourage everybody to do that, especially if you're in college too. Please, your first homework assignment when the school year starts, and as it's starting now for some of you, make sure you understand that process. Make sure you know how to get your transcripts all the way down to them getting sent to an entity, and always request a copy of your transcript for you. Don't ever send your only copy of a transcript to other people and you don't have a copy and you don't know what's in it for yourself. And then lastly, number 10, only students with a high GPA or SAT score get scholarships. I'm so glad we're doing this summit. Most of you got that right. The answer is false. No, there are so many different types of scholarships, and stay tuned for that session this afternoon, because we're going to talk about all the creative ways you can look for scholarships, and a lot of them have nothing to do with your GPA. So we'll talk more about that. All right, so I wanted to share that poll with you and to go through that exercise, because I think it's very important for all of you to think about what it takes to get this journey started for yourself. Okay, great. Let me pick back up here. So in order to know where you are and to figure out where you need to go in terms of a plan, you have to be able to understand where you currently at. And so those questions I'm asking you about your future will help you to say, here's where I'm starting. I have some information. I don't have all the information. I'm going to work to close the gap on getting more information. So that's the first step that I wanted to share. The next step is to get into your mindset. And we're going to talk more about this today in different ways. But one of the most important decisions you will make next, high schoolers and my college students, is what major or what career are you interested in? So as we talk about your career opportunities, just know that you have options. I don't want you to feel like, get super stressed out thinking that you don't have options and no one, if you choose something, it's going to be held against you for life. That's not the case. You have options and you have choices. And at any time, you can decide to do something different. Now, you can change what you choose later on. As you learn more, you get more information. Maybe you try out some different things, maybe even choose a career. And then you might decide, you know what, I don't really like that. Let me pivot. Always put yourself in a position where you can pivot. But no matter if you decide you want to go to college, the military, straight out into the workforce, take on a trade or a some sort of vocational skill, whatever you decide to do. And I share this with young people, because sometimes they say, I don't want to go to college because I'm tired of learning and I'm sick of school. Guess what? Reality check. Whatever you choose, it will involve learning. It might not look the same, but nobody's going to hire you as an electrician, as a plumber, as a dentist, a dental hygienist, a medical professional, a car washer. Anything you do, they're going to make sure you are trained up. You have the knowledge, the skills, the competence to perform the job. So if you think that you're going to be able to circumvent the learning process, think again. Not likely to be any of our reality, including the military. They do a lot of training. They have a lot of schools depending on your area of specialty. So don't think that you can outrun learning and developing. Make learning a lifelong part of who you are and how you show up. So as we're thinking about careers and majors, I want you to start getting in a mindset that you're going to have to learn how to do research. Most of you probably do. But the research that I want you to start thinking about in terms of careers is very straightforward. What's the career or the college major you're thinking about? Is it something that's in demand? Is it something where people are going to need? We know that everybody gets sick. You're going to need doctors, nurses, lawyers, anything in the medical profession. Everything is technology driven. So we're going to need cybersecurity, IT, computer, all those technically savvy people. We're going to need those things. We're all going to need to eat. There are certain things about how we live our life. There is always going to be opportunities. So make sure that you're thinking about what you're doing in the concept of, how can I make sure that what I'm doing is going to give me the ability to eat for a lifetime? Then, as you're doing research, you should be thinking, what kind of training or education is needed? Now, we've already established no matter what you choose, It's going to require some training or getting skilled up, whether it's a college, a vocational school, community college, on the job training. There's some kind of training that's going to be needed. Once you figure out the kind of training, then and only then should you be thinking about colleges, schools, and other training programs. There's no real value in picking a college and then figuring out 2 years into it that school you've been matriculating at doesn't even have your major. Time and money wasted. So I highly encourage you to start thinking about careers, start making a list. Okay, and then take those careers and start saying, well, what kind of education and training requirements do they require if I was to get a job? And back your way into, oh, I need a 4-year degree. Oh, I need a certificate or a license. Know what those things are. And then you start picking schools and programs that have those requirements that can help you to meet those requirements. And then how much is it going to cost you? Very important. We've already talked about that. What's all right? Can everybody hear me? Let me know if you can hear me and see me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I apologize. I had some weird power glitch just now in mid-sentence talking, so I apologize. Can everybody also see my slides? I should be sharing my screen. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so I'm back. So what I was sharing was that you want to make sure that as you're picking a college, your education and training, and choosing a school and how much it's going to cost, you're also thinking about it in the context of what type of possible jobs you can obtain with that particular degree or that profession that you're choosing. And then lastly, and I think this is important. I know some people say, well, Miss Christie, how much you earn isn't that important. But I will tell you that you should also look at what your earning potential is. What's the salary range on that career? Now, granted, when you're just leaving out of high school or college, please don't expect to come in on the very top end of every professional job. You're going to generally come in on the entry level so that they can train you and make sure that you have the skills that you need. And then they are going to gradually promote you and give the ability to gain more earning potential over time. So I know a lot of young people think, oh, I'm going to come in, I'm going to be the boss. Well, guess what? That's great in some ways, but in other ways, you might not have that ability. You might have to show up a little bit differently to really gradually learn and to gain more experience. Okay, so as we move on, I want to introduce you to some different ways that you can learn more about college and careers. And this is important because I don't know if the high schools are doing a very good job of it or if you're getting it in other ways. But the one area that I would encourage y'all to spend the most time on, if you're undecided about what you want to do next, and even if you think you know what you want to do next, and heck, I'm still trying to learn more about different things. over time. But find some resources. There's all kind of occupational apps like this occupational um, Outlook app that you could utilize, and it will give you the ability to do some basic research. Like you can choose a profession over to the left here, and this one can be found on the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics website at the bottom. But you can pick any one of these career professions, and then over to the right, you can select the occupation by how much they get paid, what kind of education. You might say, well, I only want to get a 4-year degree or a community college. What kind of jobs or careers can I get with that education? So you can backdoor your way into what you want to do by getting more informed and doing the research that we talked about. But I wanted to introduce this tool to you, and I'll be introducing more as well. Now, I know that there's a lot of different opportunities and employment opportunities out there, but I thought this was interesting. I pulled this from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics as well. And in 2022, these aren't the highest paid. It's not the order of highest paid, so don't look at it that way. This is the fastest growing occupations. Nurse practitioners, who knew? Not doctors, but nurse practitioners. They're have one of the highest growth rates in 2021, from 2021 to 2031. So over the next 10 years, these are the different professions and occupations that's really going to be growing. So if you want to think about what's in demand, this gives you a snapshot. What sticks out as interesting to anyone on this list? Let me know in the chat or come off mute. Does any of these professions and where they show up on the fastest growing surprise you? You have cooks, restaurant cooks ranked up in the top 5. Let's see, web developers, 30%, around the middle. Animal caretakers, animal trainers. We love our pets. And so any time that we can make sure that we provide services to them, that's showing up on there. Taxi drivers is on the list. Let's see, anything surprise anyone? Motion picture projectionist. Okay. Someone said the wind turbine service technicians, number 2. Now, let me give you a little insight into that. I'm in the energy industry. And if you've been following, and I know your generation is very much interested in preserving the environment and taking care of the environment. And so when we start hearing things about alternate fuel and energy sources, that is the thing I think about when I see the wind turbine service technicians. Because as you create wind as a means of creating more energy, then obviously the demand for that kind of skill set will start to increase. The usher, that does surprise me too. The ushers on the list, choreographers, ticket, what is that? Ticket, where is that ticket one at? I'm missing that. I'm missing seeing that one. Oh, the ushers, lobbyists, and ticket takers. Yes. That does surprise me. It's in the top 3. And let's look at let me scroll over here, and I got too much stuff on my screen. But let's look at how much some of those surprising ones make. The ushers make $24K a year. I don't know if that's appealing to anyone. The wind turbine technician, $56K a year. How much does a cook make? $30K a year. The choreographer, $42K. I think that's awesome. So as you can see, there are varying median pay ranges, anywhere from, I think the highest one is a physician assistant, 121K, and right behind them are the nurse practitioners. So they're like neck and neck. But as you can see, web developers making $77,000 a year, data scientists, $100K. So it's important to see all this in one place. So if you're picking a major, and they're all fabulous majors, so no judgment on any of these careers, not majors, but careers. If you're picking the usher and the lobby attendant, somebody has to do that job, and we need them to do their job well. But if you're picking that, you have to know in your mindset that you're making $24,000 per year. So as you're thinking about that and the training you need or may not need for that profession, you might think about, what kind of lifestyle do I want? And do I need other sources of income? So that's part of the value of doing your research. Now, once you have done your research and you say, let's just pick on one of these majors, Let's pick on the nurse practitioner since it's one of the fastest growing occupations. The nurse practitioner. Then you will want to start choosing the right school or college. Not every occupation requires a 4-year degree. So if you pick something off this list, or if for example, if someone picks something off this list, such as the usher, lobbyist, attendant, they may not need a 4-year degree. They may need some other skills or training. So guess what? When you get to step 2, choosing the right college or school, the emphasis there would be on school. Find out where else you can get trained up if it's not a 4-year or graduate college or community college. That is the goal here. So no matter what the occupation or the career, think about where you need to get trained. Now, I'm going to focus, because most of those who took my poll said they were planning to go to college. We're going to focus on the college piece, and I'm going to introduce some of the other career pieces in. But you should research colleges and careers. You should make a list. I recommend you at least start out with 5 to 10 different careers and colleges on your list. Figure out what kind of education requirements. Do you need to go to a college or some other training facility? What are the requirements to get into that school or that college? And what are the costs? So when you're making a list, you're looking at it from a holistic approach so that you have enough information to make an informed decision. And then you should pick a college or a school that fits your personality, your interest, and your goals. So if your goal is to go to a small school in the state of Virginia where you grew up and become a nurse practitioner, then that gives you some criteria in which you should be looking for to pick schools. Maybe you'll go to UVA, maybe you'll go to Old Dominion University or the Hampton University, who has a great nursing program, for example. And you would build those things based on what's a good fit for you. Don't force yourself to fit somewhere else. Find what's going to be a great fit for you and factor in how much it's going to cost, the affordability aspect of it. Now, how many of you have started? Let me know in the chat if you've already started visiting colleges. If you are visiting colleges, then great. Let's see. Am I getting? Okay, yes. So good. Eden, okay. Amatala, okay. Angelique, okay. Shanae says kind of. Well, I would encourage you to. Now, the good news is before COVID, but especially during COVID, you can do college tours in person and virtually. They'll give you like these 360 or 3D college tours virtually. I don't care which ones you do. I would highly encourage you to do whatever fits your budget, your timeline, or your ability to travel or not. But if you're interested in colleges, do one of those tours. The virtual tours are great. They'll give you a good sense of how that environment may look and some other aspects that are important to you. But if you have a chance to get out and visit colleges in person, I certainly recommend that. I did this with my sons from the time that they were 5 and on up. Everywhere we would visit. Miami, went to University of Miami on a trip. We were in Baton Rouge. I took them to visit LSU. We weren't there to visit colleges. We were there to visit family or on some other travel. But we took advantage of every place we went to look at colleges while we were there. So I would highly encourage you to do that or to continue to do that if you're already doing it. And then rank those colleges based on what matters to you. Do they have my program? Are they close to home, away from home? Large campus, small campus. I want a smaller student to teacher ratio. I want to be in a bigger class and blend in. Whatever those things that are important. Maybe they have a blended learning environment, such as you can take classes in person and online. I highly encourage blended learning environments now, especially post-COVID, because some schools were caught out off guard during COVID because they didn't have any infrastructure to quickly migrate their programs virtually. So now I would look for schools that offer those kind of blended programs and then use your tools to do research. Now, here's a template in my book of templates that I want to introduce. Miss Christie has already created a college requirements or career requirements. You can use it for either purpose, but it's a spreadsheet. And every time you research a college, let's say someone's going to go for nurse practitioner and they want to go to a nursing program, participate in a nursing program in college, they will need at least a 4-year degree, if not more education. So we'll start there, 4-year degree, and maybe they want to stay in state. But you would start to research those colleges, What are the requirements to get in? How much is the application fee, the tuition? Do they require essay? What are their GPA requirements? What SAT or ACT scores, if they need them at all? Because nowadays it's kind of optional. Do they require letters of recommendation? All those factors, you want to make sure that you are including in what you are doing and what you're putting on the spreadsheet. This is one of those my son hated, then he loved me again, then he hated. One day he had gotten on my nerves, had gotten in trouble, and instead of me giving him some random punishment that didn't matter, I would say, hey, you know what? Instead of punishing you, taking your phone, how about you use your phone and your computer, take the spreadsheet and pick your top 10 colleges and fill in all the information. He's like, Mom, do I have to? And I was like, you do. Later on, when it was time for him to actually apply to those colleges, guess what? He said, you know what? I'm so glad you had me do that because I can see everything in one place here. And he could even rank those schools based on either how much they cost or when their deadlines to apply were. He was able to put them on the list in order and really make a big difference and save him a lot of time when it was time for him to start applying. And he could easily see, oh, 3 of these schools I have to write essays for. Oh, I need 5 letters of recommendation. He could see it in one place. And that's what I mean by using these systems and tools to save yourself a lot of time and effort. Now, I don't know if you know, but there are over 2,000 colleges and universities in the United States. 2,000. So do not be bothered or concerned with just applying to one school. In fact, I encourage students to apply to multiple schools, different type of schools, different tuition ranges, because you want to give yourself options. So there are vocational trade schools. So let's say you're saying, Miss Christie, I don't know if I want to go to a 4-year school, but I might want to become a cosmetologist or electrician or plumber or dental hygienist. Whatever those things are, there are vocational and trade schools where you can walk away with a license, a certification, or certificate, and they generally take less time to obtain those things, maybe 1 to 2 years. Or if you decide you want to go to a 2-year college, like a junior college or a community college, and obtain a associate's degree, then you can do that. And a lot of times students will get their associate's degree and transfer over into a 4-year college to wrap up to get their bachelor's degree. But there are all kinds of programs. And guess what? You can get scholarships for any of these type of schools. Miss Christie, you can get a scholarship for a trade school? Yes, you can. You can get a scholarship for a community college? You sure can. You have to know where to look and how to find them, but they are available. So that's the first thing, is knowing that they're available. And then know the difference between a public and a private school. Can somebody come off chat or come off mute and tell me what the difference is between a public school and a private school? Any brave souls? It's like 28, 30 of us on. Okay, nobody's brave. I will tell you the difference. Public schools are generally funded by the federal or state government. They're usually larger than private schools. They have an in-state tuition rate and an out-of-state tuition rate. And those students who are out of state tend to pay more because most of these schools are funded by taxpayers' dollars. So if you didn't pay taxes in the state of Virginia, we're not going to let you go to school in Virginia for the same price that those families that fed into the tax system did. So the out-of-state students pay more. Private schools, they get some government funding, but they don't get a lot. So they are often nonprofit or educational institutions that actually have to raise their money, fundraise, alumni, pour a lot into those schools to keep them funded. And the tuition rate is one rate. They don't have an in-state and an out-of-state. They don't care where you come from. You can live right up the street from the school, like Hampton was, a private school. Hampton didn't care where you came from. Everybody paid the same tuition rate. And they're generally a little bit more costly than public schools are. So know the difference as you are starting to do research. You want to ask yourself, is this a public school or is this a private school? And then know the difference between predominantly white institutions and historically Black colleges and universities, or historically Spanish serving institutions, etc. There's all different type of schools. And there's students of all demographics that go to all those different type of schools, despite myths you might hear. Predominantly white institutions are institutions of higher learning. You can get 4-year degrees. White students make up 50% or more of the student body. They can be public or private school. And there are more than 9 million students attending PWIs each year. Okay, and then you have historically Black colleges and universities. Hampton University was a historically Black college and university. They've existed for over 200 years, and they were created at a time where it wasn't very welcoming for African Americans to attend white institutions. So HBCUs were created to educate African Americans and others. And then there are currently 107 HBCUs in the United States, serving over 200 and roughly 30,000 students. They can be private or public as well. And they are a great opportunity for affordable education. Not all HBCUs are cheap, and not all HBCUs are expensive, just like with the PWI. So just want to give a little introduction on those. And I also want to emphasize the fact that you have to create and develop a plan for yourself. So now that you have the careers and the colleges and you've assessed your situation, you have a better idea of what you need to do next. And for my high school seniors, this is very important. So as you're thinking about your plan, whether you are going right into college, if you're in college and you're going into the workforce, you should still have a plan. Or if you're thinking about going from high school straight into the workforce, your plan should be tailored to you. It should be pretty simple, but straightforward. On the left, you'll put, what are my goals? I want to create a scholar profile, research colleges, meet with my school counselor, take the SAT, and then what type of activity is it? How much is it going to cost you? Parents want to know that. If you're going to take the SAT and it costs $65 or $70, put it on your plan. If you're going to apply to 13 schools like my youngest son did, guess how much it costs for him to apply to 13 schools and pay application fees? Any guess in the chat? Somebody take a guess in the chat. And while you're guessing in the chat how much those application fees were, make sure you have a start date and a due date. When do you want to start this activity? When does this activity have to conclude? And then what's the completion rate? Are you 75% done? Are you 25%? Have you not started yet? Down here with 0. And make any special notes over to the right. Okay, so good. In the chat, I've got some suggestions. The one who came the closest, drum roll. Francesca, you're probably closer. I spent $1,980 on application fees. Or that's Evan. Thank you, Evan. Hey, Evan. $1,900. And so I will tell you, parents would want to know that. So as you're building your college plan, you definitely want to think about how much the activities are going to cost you and put them on your plan. This is also a template in my workbook. It's a spreadsheet. It's very easy to use. You can update it as frequently as you need to. Now that you have a plan, what feeds into your plan nicely is knowing what you should do and when. In my book of templates and in the book itself, I have checklists in the back. It tells you by grade level. I don't know if you can see, you probably can't see it, but these are checklists in it. And it tells you exactly what you should be focused on. So if you're in the 8th through the 10th grade, congratulations, you have the most time because you have a few years before you get to your senior year. You should keep your grades up. There are a lot of things here you should be doing, I'm just going to highlight a couple. It's never too early to keep your grades up. If you're in high school, every semester, even if you're in the 9th grade, my sons were in the 8th grade taking high school classes, and we did this. Review your transcript after every semester. Get involved with activities. It is not okay, and I'm going to tell you this if your mom and them won't, or your daddy, or your parents, or grandparents, teachers, nobody will tell you this. It is not okay to just go to school and come home. You have to get involved in some ways, whether it's community service, a sport, a club after school, a job. Find something other than just going to school to do between now and when you graduate from high school, and even while you're in college. And start thinking about careers. We talked about that and doing the research. But we're going to talk about developing a scholar profile very soon. And then we want to also make sure that you start to make a list of who can write letters of recommendation for you. We'll talk about that. And always start thinking about how can you pay for college. If you're in 11th grade, time is getting serious. You should be doing all the same things I just talked about for the 8th through 10th graders, but you should also make sure you know your high school transcript process. If you're in 11th grade and you play sports, you'll need to send those transcripts in your junior year to the NCAA Eligibility Center, as you can see at the bottom. But if you're not playing a sport, you should be knowing the process, getting your careers at least, wrapped around your mind, what careers you're interested in, but also what schools you want to visit. You should be taking the SAT and ACT test. We'll talk more about that. But researching your financial aid options and for scholarships, and again, finding out who can write those letters and doing research. My seniors, very important. You should have narrowed down what colleges and careers your senior year. Let me know in the chat if you were one of the seniors from the poll and you identified as a senior and you're going into your senior year. You should be getting ready to apply to colleges. You should understand have a list of colleges. If you don't have a list, I highly recommend you take the rest of August to do some of the things that we're talking about here and make sure you have a list. Understand your admissions requirements with each one of those schools on your list. Getting your transcripts sent out, not just knowing the process, but get the process and start going back to your school counselors and saying, heads up, I've got about 5 to 7, 10, 12, whatever number of transcript requests coming your way. You should be writing your college essays and scholarship essays. And we'll talk a little bit more. But then as you start applying to those colleges this fall, as we've already established, you apply to schools in the fall of your senior year, not the spring. You also want to start looking for scholarships and other funding opportunities. And my seniors, we'll talk about completing the free application for federal student aid. And once you get your college acceptance letters back and your financial aid award letters, what are you going to do next? We're going to talk about some of those things. Next, I want to talk about protecting your brand. You are your brand, and I want to make sure that it's pretty clear that you have to protect your brand. Think of yourself as a business person who everything you do will give other people the opportunity to understand more about who you are. So you have to be prepared to tell the story of who you are, even when you're not in the room. So how you show up matters. How you show up in person, on paper, online, in school, with your academics, and also on the court or football field or et cetera, if you are an athlete. So having a positive attitude matters. Practicing self-discipline, setting the example, being respectful, and communicating well, all those things matter. So I want you to start thinking about yourselves differently, because as you are entering into high school and life after high school, you have to figure out how to differentiate yourself from the competition. How do you show up differently and tell the story of who you are? So you have to decide, what do you want your personal reputation to say? Do you want people to say, oh, Christie's always late. She's never on time. She doesn't do what she says she's going to do. Her attitude sucks. Her work, she doesn't do things with the level of quality. She's notoriously grumpy or negative. What are those things you want people to say about you, even when you're not physically in the room? Because first impressions are lasting impressions. And if you're not willing to show up right, just know that somebody else could have whatever that opportunity you want. They could snatch it from you by those things that you don't think people are paying attention to, because they really are. And then once you decide how you want to show up, one of the first ways people are going to know more about you is how you show up on paper with your college applications, your scholarship applications. And what I would invite you to do is to build a scholar profile. Anybody ever heard of that? I know some of my multiple time summit guests and students have. But if you're new to the summit, I want you to think about building a scholar profile. It's like a one-page resume. Good. Yep, I know you know, Tracy. Okay, good. Kebab, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, thank you. I'm glad you have to. But it's like a one-page resume. It's a brag sheet. Some schools call it a brag sheet or self-reflection, but it's a one-page summary of your educational, academic, all those pursuits, and they tell the story of who you are on paper. And it gives people the ability to get to know you. And that's what you want them to do. Now, I generally have students, and it's the template for that is also in my book of templates. So you don't have to start that from scratch. But it includes all the things listed here. You can include a picture if you like. You can leave a picture out if you think people are going to discriminate against you by adding a photo. But you'll have your name, address, all that information, your objective. What do you want to do in the future? I'm Christie and I want to go to Hampton University and major in electrical engineering, for example, or become a nurse practitioner. Whatever that is for you, that's your objective statement. Your educational history. I go to Indian River High School. I have a 3.6 GPA. I took the SAT and got a 1100, whatever that is under the educational history. Your honors and accomplishments, highlight. I'm on the honor roll, National Honor Society. I was selected for X or Y. Employment, I worked at Target for 2 years. I babysat, whatever those things are. Your extracurricular activities. I was in the debate club or the marching band, or I played football, or I run track, whatever those things are, volleyball. And then your community service. This is where you're doing something that's not about you, but you're doing something to help the community. You're going to highlight any community service or volunteer work you've done. And any relevant courses. Let's say that you were interested in becoming a nurse and you're going to go into a nursing program. You might want to highlight some of your math or some of your science programs or courses, such as anatomy or biology. Those are the type of courses you're going to want to highlight based on the career or the major you choose. And then any hobbies or interests you have. And then you also want to, and I'm going to come back to the interest in hobbies, because adding those here, most people are like, why do I have to put that I like to play the piano here? Because later on, you could use the same information in so many different ways. You can use it for your college applications. In fact, I had several students, including the ones that some of the success stories I highlight. If a college says you can attach additional documents, this would be great to attach to the end of your college admissions or your even your scholarship applications. You could use it for someone who's going to write your letter recommendation. They would be happy to get this scholar profile because they don't have to guess, what else has this person done out of the 300 students I have? They're like, oh, Christie's the one who provided me with the one pager and I don't have to guess. Oh, okay, she volunteered at her church or whatever that looks like. And then your essay writing. This is great to use for your essay writing because you don't have to go back and try to remember, what else did I do? What else pertains to this? What else did I have a leadership role in? It's already here on your scholar profile. And then your employment opportunities. This could easily migrate itself from a scholar profile to just a straight up resume. You can take off a couple of things, take off the objectives for, trying to get a career or go to college, or change it to an employment objective, but you can use this very similar model for employment in the future. When you are done, this is how your scholar profile looks. It's just a one pager, and it is very clean, formatted. It's a template that's available to you. Matter of fact, if you go to this website, you can actually download it for free. This is one of the resources that you can get directly from our website today. Kennedy asks, does your community service hours from high school transfer when we get to college, or do we start at zero? It depends, Kennedy. I would keep tracking all of those, but it depends on what you are trying to accomplish in college. They may ask you to have community service or to demonstrate that you've done community service while you were in college. And then your high school community service might predate that requirement. So I would encourage, if you're in college, community service doesn't stop because you're in college. You still have time to serve other people. It's a life journey being in service. So find at least one thing you can do to help other people while you're in college that you can continue to get community service hours for. All right, so your scholar profile, once you've created this form right here, this one pager, I highly recommend that you take a look at it. And when you look at it, you might have some gaps. Like if you're in the 9th or 10th grade or even 11th or 12th, and you're like, you know what? I have not done any community service, or I haven't worked, or I haven't taken the SAT or ACT test yet. It's okay, because once you assess your gaps, you need to update your plan, your college or career plan, to close those gaps. So if you haven't done community service, then go back to your plan and say, I need to find and participate in one community service activity by the end of my junior year. Add those things to your college plan. And then I would also do what I had my sons do: update your scholar profile twice a year at least. I would have them do it every winter break when they came home for Christmas, and every summer break, because they had time. They weren't competing with classes and school sports. It takes 10 minutes. After you build it the first time, it will never be difficult again. I promise y'all. It will be a 5-minute exercise to just think what you just did the previous semester. By the time you hit your senior year, or you're currently in college, and you realize, oh my gosh, my scholar profile is up to date when I need it, you're going to thank yourself that now you don't have to go back and try to remember what you do over the past 4 years, and you can't remember it all. So do it, create it now. If you are a sophomore, junior, I don't care if you're in the 8th grade. I had my sons create their scholar profile in as early as possible, like in the middle school. And every semester they would update. By the time they got to high school, they didn't have to remember anything because it was already laid out. And only include the scholar profile with an application if that entity, whether it's a college or scholarship entity, says that they will accept additional documents. If they say, please don't send us any additional documents, don't attach it, because you're going to get yourself disqualified. But read the fine print, read the instructions, and if they say you can, most certainly do. Then I want you to think about applying to college. There are parts of the college application I want to make sure you're aware of. You have the college application itself, the transcripts, the essays, letters of recommendation, and the test scores. And again, encourage you to apply from September to December of your senior year. Every college application's instructions are different. So please don't look at one college and say, all Virginia Tech needed was X, so I'm assuming Virginia State University needs the same thing. No, read their requirements and make sure that you comply with what they're telling you need to do. Some applications are paper applications still. Some you have to go straight to the university's website. Others you can go to a single web portal, such as the Common App or the Common Black College app, and apply to multiple colleges through that one web portal. And just know that the college application fees are different. No one college has a set application fee, meaning all the colleges don't have the same fee. Some colleges don't charge anything to apply. Others, it might get a little bit more expensive than you might think. So I would highly encourage you to make sure that you take that in mind and add the amounts of the application fees to your plan. Please know the difference between early decision and early action. Now, I'm only going to highlight the key difference. Early decision means once you decide that you want to apply to one school, you can only apply to one school by early decision, because they actually are saying that you're entering into a binding agreement, that if you get accepted, that's the school you really want to go to. So only apply early decision to that one school that you know, if they admit you, that's exactly where you want to be. You don't have to apply early decision, but if you'd like to choose one school to do that with, you can, but you can only do it with one. Then there's early action, and you usually apply from around November for both early action and early decision. But early action, you can apply to as many schools as you want early, as long as they say you can apply early. And you don't have to commit to a particular school. You just need to get those applications in. I encourage most of the students who use my systems and strategies to apply early action, which means in the fall, because it enables you to understand your financial profile quicker. You can compare colleges and the money they're offering you. And by January, February, you're locking in your school and you're sending back your enrollment fees and getting ahead of the game. And most of the early decision and early actions come out. They usually let families know around mid-December, I would say December-ish, early January, whether or not you've been accepted. So wouldn't it be nice if you're a high school senior on my summit that you know by Christmas which colleges were accepting you or not? That's where you want to be. So you can use the rest of your senior year looking for money. All right, so that's one key thing I want to share. I mentioned the Common App, and I'm going to just talk briefly about the Common App and the Common Black College app here. I'm going to talk about both of those briefly. But the Common App, they work similar. They're web portals. The Common App has over 1,000 schools in that one web portal. You can create a profile. I highly encourage anybody to create a profile. It's free to create a profile in the Common App. Create it now, because it'll let you search colleges. You can look at all those colleges requirements in one place. So you don't have to go to 10 different college websites in many cases. You can go to one place and look for all those different requirements. And then once you do your research, you can start to think about which schools you want to put on your list. The thing I like about the Common App is that you can put your personal information in there once, and you can apply to multiple colleges through this one web portal. And it's free to use the Common App, but as you apply to each one of those colleges, each college may or may not have an application fee. So they may vary using this tool, but the Common App tool itself is free. So that's one great option. Here's how it looks when you go to the page. You can create an account over to the right, which is I would encourage you to do that first. And then you will have access to a lot of features and putting in your personal information so that you can set yourself up. If you're wondering if you have to wait till you're a senior to create an account, no. If you're in the 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, you can create an account as early as possible. So don't wait until your senior year to create that account. And then if you're interested in going to a historically Black college or university, check out the Common Black College app. You create your account here and you pay a one-time $20 fee. And most of the HBCUs, there's 66 HBCUs that are members of the Common Black College app. Once you're in, you can apply to those schools for no additional cost. So both of them have their advantages, the Common App and then the Common Black College app. So think about that based on your strategy in the schools that you may be considering. And here are a lot of the schools that are members of the Common Black College app. I'm kind of salty that Hampton University is not one of the schools listed here. And I've actually talked to Hampton University about that, but there may be some challenges with waiving the application fee for some colleges. And so they may not be members. But if you find that your college is not a member of either one of these web portals, I highly recommend that you go and apply directly at on that college's website. And now you also have your transcripts, and I'm not going to talk a lot about it other than I want to highlight, know the process. And once you've requested your transcripts from your high school or your college, please circle back around and make sure your transcripts got out on time. Don't make the assumption that those high school folks aren't overwhelmed and the school counseling offices and your stuff is at the top of their list when they have a bunch of seniors or a bunch of students requesting things at the same time. Circle back around and make sure your transcripts get out when you need them to get out. I've seen students have issues with that. Here's a sample of a transcript. Most of you may have seen them before, but it has all of your classes, each year you're in school, your freshman classes, each semester, what your grades were. And at the bottom, it'll give you a semester GPA. And this is just a general snapshot of a transcript. Your school may look totally different, but generally they have similar types of information. And then it'll give you your cumulative grade point average, your overall GPA. That's what you want to pay attention to, both of those after every semester you're in school. Now, once you have your transcripts and you have you know what it takes to apply. You've got your transcripts ordered and you know all the other college requirements. You should be writing your essays because you've researched the colleges. You should know at this point exactly which colleges require you to have essays and letters of recommendation. Am I right? So with that information, you want to make sure that you have two types. So when you're getting essays, when you're writing essays and you're getting letters of recommendation, you need one set of each for college admissions, because those are going to say, this is why Christie is a good candidate for your college or your university for admissions. And the other type is going to say, I'm going to pick on one of the students here. I'll say Yasmin. Yasmin is applying for scholarships. Her essays are written to say, I would like to be considered for this scholarship because I have a financial need or whatever is relevant. Or if someone's writing a letter of recommendation for Yasmin for a scholarship, it reads differently. It doesn't say, I recommend her to get admitted into college. It'll say, I recommend her for your scholarship award. So when you're getting recommenders to write you letters, please tell them you need two types, one for college admissions and a general one for scholarships. And you could always just have them put Dear Scholarship Entity at the top instead of a particular Bill and Melinda Gates Scholarship. Now, I generally like to keep it more general so you can use that same scholarship letter recommendation over and over, and same with college admissions. You could say Dear College Admissions Official or Representative and not designate a specific school unless they ask you to. That way you can use those over and over again. Okay, I'm glad, Tavita, that you learned about the Black College app. It's good to see. Good, excellent. I think it's a great resource. So when you get into writing essays, I know I'm actually short on time in this segment, but it's important that I finish this before lunch. But I think it's very important that when you're writing, getting essays, that you have a process to how you write it. You want to make sure you have your scholar profile handy. So if you haven't created it, now would be a good time to develop it. Create a writing plan for your essay. It doesn't have to be complicated. It just has to be very simplistic. Do a little research and investigate. What do I mean by that? Make sure that you learn something about the college or the entity that you're writing about. So if you're going to a college and their core values are courage and commitment and honesty, I'm just making up something, then you want to say that, you can align with their core values, or, as a small college or university, that's one of the things that appeal to you because their student body is under 5,000. But have some things that you can tie back to that demonstrates that you know something about that college or university or the program that you're interested in studying in. And then spend a little bit of time brainstorming, coming up with a little brief outline. Then you start to write your essay and proofread it. Other guidelines to help you, and these are important guidelines that I have found that have helped many students who actually get awarded scholarships and get into schools. They follow these guidelines. Make sure that you keep every draft of every essay you'll write from here on out, whether you're in the 8th grade all the way up through college, because you can reuse that material. Never start from scratch. Make sure you get someone to proofread your essays. I have 4 degrees, and I'll tell you, I don't make the assumption that my writing is so phenomenal that I'm error-proof all the time. Even I have to get my work proofread. So should you. And make sure there's free resources like Grammarly Go. It's a great tool. You might want to write that down, or, I'll make these slides available to you after the summit. But Grammarly is a great resource. Also, follow directions. There's nothing worse. And I've evaluated essays, and I may be evaluating some this weekend. And I'm going to tell you now, the first thing that will make me put your application or your essay in a pile of reject is not following directions. If someone says to type it, that's what you need to do. If they say the word count is 500, stay under 500. If they say don't go over 500, don't give them 501. Make sure that you submit it by the deadline. If someone says have it in at 10 a.m., Don't have it sent in at 10:01. You're now disqualified from whatever opportunity that was once on the table. So these things really do matter. Stay on topic. I hate reading essays and someone says, write an essay about a leadership situation you participated in and a challenge you've overcome. And you're writing about everything but that. It don't make no sense. You barely mentioned leadership. You didn't say you was the captain of the team. I couldn't tell. And at the end of the day, there was no connection between what we asked you for and what you provided. Reject. Stay on topic. And make sure that you, we've already talked about demonstrate you know something about the entity. And more importantly, share how you will make a difference. I talked to a young lady who had received over $1 million worth of scholarships, and I asked her, what separated your scholarship applications from others? And one of the things she shared was she always wrote about herself because they want to learn more about you through your writing. So you definitely want to do that. But then you want to extend that further and share what you want to do to help other people and make a difference. Nobody just wants to hear you talk about you. They want to know, what are you doing to help other people? So make sure that your major or what you want to do, it ties back into the whole, I want to become a nurse practitioner, for example, to help save lives or to educate underprivileged or underrepresented people in my community, something that ties back to other people. And then you want to save and reuse your content, as we've talked about before. All right. Now, these are some of the prompts. This table here, I just wanted to highlight every essay should have an introduction, something that's catchy and attention getting. And then the body, you should have 3 key points that you introduce in the introduction, and then a paragraph or, a section that highlights each one of those thematic topics, and then a conclusion. Voila. Here are some of the common topics or themes. I generally see students get asked about, what do you want to major in? Why do you choose your career? Talk about an obstacle or challenge you overcame. What could you change if you could? Or tell me about a change you have made. Tell me a little bit about your character. What community service have you done? Leadership. How have you led others? What are you willing to do to make a contribution? Or if it's a financial one, tell us about your financial need. Did a parent lose a job? Are you low income? Did something else happen? Or just a personal statement? Now, personal statements are interesting and the best shot you have to tell the story of yourself because it's wide open and they give you the ability to share anything you want. And when you get a personal statement, I recommend that you combine a couple of these other topical areas into your personal statement so that people get to know you. Whatever's going to make you shine and differentiate you, put those in your personal statement. Now, what if you are like me? Now, I told y'all I went to Hampton for electrical engineering. I was not an English major. I was not interested in anything in the liberal arts, but I still had to learn to read and write well. So must you all. I don't care what your major is or your career. But if you don't like writing, or if you don't like the act of sitting down and physically typing out what you're doing initially, but you'll talk all day long to somebody, well, guess what? Use Google Docs to help you. I would recommend a Chrome browser, but if you go to Google Docs and then you hit the tools button at the top or tab at the top and go to voice typing, it will give you the ability to voice your words and it will translate them into text. So you'll start talking. I'm writing this essay on leadership, and I'm writing an essay on leadership, and I'll say something like, I ran for college freshman president, and I lost. Well, guess what? It's compelling. It's like, this person got my attention. They're talking about leadership, but they're talking about how they failed instead of how they succeeded. And then it turned into something positive and construction about what I learned about myself and how I leverage those things now to make a difference in my community, or how I can apply those to college or some other environment. But I'm doing all that and it's texting it into a document, and voila, when I'm done doing this talking like I'm rambling on now, it's all those words are on paper. Now, you can't just trust that. You've got to go back and edit it yourself and make sure that the translator captured things the way you needed it captured. Any questions about that? All right. Never submit an essay you have not proofread. In fact, read it out loud to yourself first. Before you send an essay to somebody else, please read it to yourself first, because I guarantee you, you're not going to make sense to you at first. You ever read your own writing? Like, what was I thinking with that? I do it all the time. So read it out loud, and then you proofread it yourself, and then you send it to someone else you trust to proofread it even further. Some great resources, editors. Grammarly, I mentioned, EasyBib, Grammar Lookup. All three of those are very easy to use. I know Grammarly is free. And as you can see from this little example, once you upload your paper, it'll scratch out, it'll highlight in red, it'll strike out things that need to come out. It'll recommend things that you should paraphrase or update in different ways. So use those tools. You know, you guys have access to a lot of online and digital tools. There's no reason why you're not successful unless you're not taking advantage of those opportunities. So that is essays in a nutshell. Now I want to talk about letters of recommendation very briefly. Let's go back to your brand. I did a summer program this summer at two boys and girls clubs in DC. And some of the young people came in with some great attitudes, and some came in with some not so great attitudes. And then we did an exercise, and I asked the students, I said, how many of you, if you could ask a teacher to write a letter of recommendation, would they be willing to write one based on how you show up? And some of them could not raise their hand. So when I say how you show up matters, it's moments like these when they'll reveal themselves the most. Because if you are unable to have a positive attitude, you've been lazy with your academics, you didn't seek out help, you were disruptive, you was a terror in some cases, or whatever that has been, I highly recommend, it's a new school year. You do not have to show up the way you used to show up. I would encourage you not to if it didn't serve you well. But what I do want you to do is start thinking about, in the 8th grade, 9th grade, 12th grade, college, who can write a letter of recommendation, or who can be a reference for me? You will need references your entire life. If you're in college and you join the workforce and you want to switch jobs or land a job, they may very well ask you for a reference letter. I just wrote one this week for a woman who's been working for 25 years in human resources. And she asked me for a reference letter. So if you think you're going to get away with other people not recommending you for something in life, I would say very doubtful. I could be wrong, but I'm probably right. So make sure you start to think about putting together a list of who can write a letter of recommendation for you. Give them time to write it, and make sure their deadline that you give them is before your deadline that you need it. So you have it in your hand long before it's due. Save those letters of recommendation and even ask them if you can make copies of it and reuse it for similar requests. Most people will say yes because they're not interested in writing the same letter 8 times. But read this last bullet to yourself at the bottom, this last bullet. Offer a pre-drafted letter of recommendation for them to tailor. What? Miss Christie, are you recommending that the letter they write be originated from me? I gotta write my own letter. That's more work for me to do. I've heard all of this from students. And guess what? Yes, I am recommending that. Some entities in the chat, the recommendation entity, a college might want the letter to come straight from the recommender to that institution or for that scholarship. And sometimes they'll allow you to submit it as a part of your package. It should be, you should follow that instruction. Everybody's instructions on how they like to receive letters of recommendation are different. So if you can get a recommendation letter that you can view and you can hold on to and you can reuse, get it anyway. Even if they still want it to come from that entity, ask them to send it directly to them. But can you also send me a letter that I can use in the future? That's how you can get around that if you need to. Tavita, I know you had a question about that. But yes, I want you to write your own letter of recommendation. But guess what? Good news. You don't have to start from scratch because Miss Christie has already created the template for you. It is also in my trusty workbooks. And as you can see, I left a lot of blanks for you to fill in the entity, for you to fill in those great adjectives and examples that describe you, but it gives you a great framework and a formatted template to utilize. Now, this is how this is going to go. Let me go, let's see. Okay, that's the next topic. So let's say I'm going to pick on somebody out in the audience. I'm trying to find one of my parents. Miss Natasha, she's a parent. I know she's a parent. Miss Natasha is my English 10 teacher, and I'm a student. And I'm going to go to her. This is how this is going to go, because I know a lot of young people say, well, how should I have that conversation? So I'm going to help you out. I'm going to pretend like I'm a senior. Hi, Miss Natasha. I'm Christie. Remember me? Well, I'm a senior this year, and I was in your English 10 class a couple of years ago. And now I'm applying for college applications and scholarships. And I was wondering if you'd be willing to write letters of recommendations for me. Here's a copy of my scholar profile. Here it is. Here's my scholar profile. And this will give you an opportunity to learn more about me as you write. And I've also taken the liberty of pre-drafting a letter of recommendation for you. And I'm happy to send this to you electronically so that you can tailor it to customize it based on the experience that you've had with me. Now, Miss Natasha, can you come off of mute and tell me how likely would you be to write a letter of recommendation if a student showed up that way?
Oh, very likely, because it puts everything right there, for the individual or the teacher. So that way, they don't have to even think about it. It's like no excuses, really.
Excellent. I love that. It's right there in front of her. She doesn't have to think about it. No excuses. It's going to save her a whole lot of time, y'all. And so anything that you can do, this is your future. So like I told my sons, if you want help and you want things back, nobody's going to work harder for what you want than you should be willing to work for. So roll up your sleeves, and once you draft your own letter of recommendation once, guess what? You can use that multiple times too. So the things that I am encouraging you to do is create things that you can save and reuse, because it's going to save you a lot of time. So great. So I'm glad someone, I think Tavita, thank you. She said this is a great template and a sample, and you can customize, you can change anything about it. But the hardest part for a lot of people, and adults even, we all experience this, it's just putting that pen to paper for the first time and figuring out how to get started. So that work has been done for you. So now you've got your essays written, you know which colleges, you've done your research, you've got your letters of recommendation coming, your schools are sending out your transcripts to these colleges, and you have taken the SAT and ACT. Very critical. Now, there are differences between the two tests, and we're going to talk about them. If you have time, I would encourage you to take them both. Why take them both, Miss Christie? Because you don't know which one you're going to test naturally the best on. But Miss Christie, some colleges don't even require those anyway. No, they don't. Not all colleges, especially since COVID, require these tests for admissions. But what they weren't telling students is, you didn't take it for admissions and you needed it for a merit scholarship, you were just out of luck. I had a student, a friend of mine whose daughter was going to Spelman. She had over 4.8 high school GPA, 4.8. And never took the ACT or SAT test. Got to Spelman and her senior year, and she had $0 awarded in merit scholarship. She never took the SAT and ACT test. But she got in. But she didn't recognize that some, not all colleges, still use those scores to give out their merit scholarships. So my recommendation, please plan on taking the test. Tell all your friends, everybody you know, they should still take these tests despite the college admissions for that school saying that they don't necessarily need them to get admitted. So, and make sure that you send your test scores to all the colleges you're applying to. Every college you apply to should get these, even if they're not using them for admissions, because you could still get access to scholarships by sharing those scores. Now, what are the difference between the tests? Very little differences.
Create two accounts.
Very little differences. One for the ACT, it's 2 hours, 55 minutes, roughly 3 hours. SAT is a 3-hour test. Do know that the ACT has 215 questions while the SAT only has 154 questions. Another key difference, they score them differently. The ACT, you'll get a score from 1 to 36, while the SAT from 400 to 1600. And lastly, in terms of the subjects you're going to be tested on, the ACT has one math and one science section, while the SAT has 2 math sections and no science. Those are the differences. One of the math on the SAT you can use the calculator with, one you cannot. So as you're thinking about those tests, I'm good in science. Well, then I would say take the ACT for sure. If you say, haha, I love math, take the SAT. Or if you say, well, it doesn't really matter, take them both and see which one you naturally test the best on, and then get in a prep course. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the dates coming up. In the chat, if you're my high school seniors, please let me know if you have taken the SAT and or ACT, at least one of these tests already. I'm gonna close my eyes because I want to see a bunch of yeses. I hope I don't see any seniors who haven't taken these tests yet. Oh, I'm nervous. All right, let me know in the chat, my seniors, and even juniors, if you've taken them. Oh, Mia, okay, that's okay. Okay, Jaden, high five, okay. Okay, Eden, good. I'm glad you've taken them. All right, excellent. I'm happy to hear that you all are following suit. Okay. Matmula, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. Carrington, is that a yes to Carrington? Okay, so if you are a senior and you have not, guess what? It is not too late, okay? Okay, Omia is taking it on the 26th. Woo! All right, great. Okay, Carrington's taking hers. Excellent. All right, and the reason why I want to know that is because there is a test date coming up, and August 15th, the deadline for like late registration. We've already missed the regular registration, but if you are a senior and you have not taken them yet, pay the late registration fee and get in this August 26th one. Because if you don't have scores, it might slow down you applying to some colleges that's still required for the fall. Because remember, you want to be applying to colleges this fall, not waiting until October, November, December to take the test. If you have to, or you're retaking the test, that's fine. Take a deep breath. But if you have not and you're a senior, highly encourage you to take it at least by August if you're able to. Okay, and so this is for the SAT test dates. As you can see, I've listed the dates between now and next June. So if you are a junior, your college plan or career plan should include, I'm planning on taking the SAT or ACT by March 9th or by May 4th or whichever. You have this information to include it on your plan. Same for the ACT. It's coming up to seniors on September 9th. The registration has not ended yet for, why my power is so problematic today. It's coming up in September. So please plan on taking the ACT as well. Now that question comes up and someone asked in the chat, can you take it more than once? You sure can. I would encourage you to. You can take the SAT and ACT as many times as you need to, as long as they suit your needs. You'll have to pay for it, but you can certainly take them multiple times. I would encourage you to take them once, especially if you're a junior or a sophomore or freshman. See which one you test naturally the best at and take a prep course and then retake those tests. You can also know that colleges are going to super score your results, meaning if you did better in English on one test, but you need to strengthen your math and you need to retake it and get higher math scores, they're going to take the best score that you ever had in English and the best score you ever taken out of all those tests in math, put them together, and they're going to give you the best score you can. So retaking them is very advantageous. And I'm listing here some of the great prep resources for SATs and ACTs for you to consider. Thank you for those questions on the SAT. Yeah, so super scores are so helpful. Thank you, Tracy. And I love it when my college students and those who've already gone through this, I love for y'all to continue to chime in the chat, because I think it's important for other students to hear from students who've just gone through these things. All right, so now we're going to, I know we're right around lunchtime, but just indulge me just for a few more minutes to get through just a couple of slides. These are important. I recently added these. These were not always a part of my talk, but in helping students after they've applied to colleges, I realized, oh, your work is not done once the applications get in, girl. You need to keep talking and sharing the next steps. So here's what I want you to know. This is what should be in your application package. Everything we talked about at the beginning, but have a checklist. Every time I do something, I have a checklist. I don't know if you can see that, but I check off every time everything I'm supposed to have, because I don't want to leave something out. It's too critical of a step. The application, the transcript, make sure that's in there. The essay, letters of recommendation, make sure your test scores got sent. Any financial documents, if they're needed, they may not be. And if you're allowed to attach your scholar profile, don't forget it, because not every college student is going to attach their scholar profile. Even more reason for you to have yours, because it will separate you from everybody else. Now, what happens after you've applied to colleges? This is important. It is not time to sit back, drink hot cocoa for the next 6 months and wait till your graduation. You've got to keep your grades up and finish and graduate strong. So senioritis is going to kick in at some point, my seniors, but guess what? Dot the I and cross the T on your senior year. Make sure as your college application, decisions come in, college decisions come in, you're going to get letters via email and in the mail. Keep them, read the letters in their entirety. Here's why I say so. I had a student last year who did not read. She got the acceptance. She read the first line. Congratulations, you have been admitted into Hampton University. And she put it down for about a month. What she didn't realize was that the letter also said, if you want to attend Hampton, please submit your enrollment fee by X date, your decision saying that you're planning to come here by X date, and it had other instructions. So then I said, I need to start telling students, make sure you comply and you read all the instructions and all the correspondence that's going to follow, and adhere to the deadlines. If you haven't completed the FAFSA, we're going to talk more about that in this afternoon segment, but the free application for federal student aid, and it's sad that I can rattle that off that quick, but I can. But if you haven't completed that, we'll talk about why that's important, seniors, to do October. And all my college students, I hope you're doing this every October while you're in college. We'll talk about it. Now, another critical step. Once you get an acceptance letter back from a college, what they're going to send you after you filled out your financial aid is a financial aid award letter, 2 different letters. Well, I already got my college acceptance letter, Ms. Christie. I said, yes, but what I'm asking about is your financial aid award letter. They're not the same. Oh, they're not the same. So guess what? That's going to tell you how much money. The financial aid award letter is going to tell you how much money that college is going to award you. And every college's award letter is different. You want to do a comparison. We'll talk about that this afternoon. Then I want you to keep applying for scholarships, put together a list, start to put together a list of things you're going to need for college. And then start thinking about, once you're doing all these comparisons, you're going to get all these acceptance letters coming in, an award, financial aid award, and you're going to have to pick a college that you actually want to attend. That's where you're going to be in around January, February. Then once you get admitted into a college, you've picked a college you want to go to. Now you've got to decide what is next. Each college is going to give you even more instructions. Now that you want to go to this school, we need you to do this, 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 and this. Activate your student email with the school. They'll tell you that perhaps. They'll tell you need to pay enrollment deposits. They'll let you know you need to attend possibly a new student orientation that may have a fee associated with it. They may tell you need to complete your housing application. My oldest son didn't pick a college until like May. I kept saying, you might want to pick a school. You might want to pick a school. He applied in the fall. He wouldn't pick a school. And by the time he filled out his housing application in May, all the best freshman dorms were taken. He almost lost his mind when he realized that he was in the worst dorm, barely had air conditioner, and everybody on his floor shared the exact same bathroom. He waited too long. So I'm sharing that with you for a reason. Complete your health forms. I highly encourage you, please write this down. Go ahead now and schedule your school physicals for the spring now, because most your medical providers are usually like booked a year in advance for their school physicals. Get an appointment on the books and hold it for around March or April if you can, because every college wants health forms, vaccination, immunization, all those things updated. So you want to go ahead and lock in your appointment now, because you will have health forms to submit to your college of choice. And then order your transcripts, your final transcripts. A copy for you. You always want to have a copy of your transcripts. Send one to the school that you plan to attend. If you're an athlete, send it to your NCAA eligibility center, and retain some and continue sending your final transcripts to for scholarships, and then keep looking for more money. So I know I'm slightly over, but this is very important, and I want to make sure that you all are aware that it is very important to think about your college and career plan very serious. And your plan must involve you having a plan with a budget. Do your research, start early, and make sure you use your time wisely, and develop your scholar profile. We'll talk more about that later in terms of if you're interested in applying for one of my scholarships this afternoon. But that's my way of encouraging you to start now with getting your scholar profile. And also, if you need to, get organized, create folders, make sure that you save all of your username and passwords. This is both for parents and for my young adults. Save those passwords in one place. And one of the things I found incredibly useful was to create a separate email address for all my son's college and career activities, because young people do not check email daily. So my son and I created a email address that I still have. I can access on my phone right now. And I can actually log in and see if there's something. Most colleges and scholarship entities are either going to mail you something in the physical mail or email it. So guess what? If they ask you for something in a timely way and you're not checking your email daily, you're going to miss out on important things that you need to be responding to. So you and your parents should have access to that email address. And don't waste other people's time. Learn how to say thank you for those who are going to help you. And if someone asks you to send me your scholar profile, I'm going to write a letter for someone and I say, hey, Rebecca, send me your scholar profile by Friday. And the following Tuesday, I still haven't got it. Guess what? Don't worry about me writing a letter, because clearly you don't value my time enough to comply with the window that I told you I needed to get something done. So use people's time, treat it respectfully, and make sure you get it to them ahead of what they ask you for. Are there any questions or comments for this segment? Let's see in the chat. How do we determine scholarship displacement schools? This is one of my new questions. I'm not sure what a displacement school is. Can you share more about that, Tracy? Or Tavita, I'm sorry.
Right. I've sat on some other webinars, and it was talking about college displacement, scholarship displacement, where the school will only take certain types of scholarships or a certain amount of scholarships, which only fit your financial aid needs. And then there are other schools that take, a certain amount where it in turn, if you get over, just say you get over a certain amount, maybe you only owe, your gap is 10,000 and you receive 20,000 in scholarships. And the student in then turn receives the funding. They consider that a scholarship displacement schools. That was something new to me. I wasn't aware of that.
So I've never heard it referred to it that way. I've heard of the actual operations of them handling funds that way, but I had never heard of it referred to as a displacement school. So
not a displacement. Yeah, that's me either. So that's sort of like, oh, okay, that's sort of my new question. So is that something that you take into consideration if there's like, like I just gave an example, a $10,000 gap, but you get $15,000 or $20,000, but they will only accept that amount and not over, but you receive that money in scholarship.
I highly recommend that you find that out early on, how the school handles scholarship funds. I think that's an excellent question that you've raised because some schools handle it differently. Some schools will accept all kinds of scholarships and then they will credit it to your student account. And if you have an abundance, some students get a refund check back. Some schools say, no, once you've exceeded your financial aid, they return it back to the scholarship entity. But the
Yes.
key thing that I would take away is find out early on how that college will handle additional or surplus of scholarship funds, because that would matter. And then some scholarship entities send the check to the school, and some entities can send the check to the student. So another way of getting around it, if the entity is open to it, because not all are, have them send the check to the student instead of the school, because students have other expensive laptops, resources, books, other fees. And so some scholarship entities will send it to the student to utilize as best they need. So it's really about asking questions, Tavita, and making sure that you understand what you're walking into in terms of getting a surplus, because I would hate to have an abundance of scholarship funding and the school says, oh, we had to reject it. Sorry, too bad.
Understood. Thank you. It happened to one of my nieces.
Yeah,
And I had never heard, this was some years ago, and I didn't understand then. And now that I have a senior, this is a topic of discussion on some of the webinars. And I'm like, what is this new? Is this something new? What is a scholarship displacement where the school just doesn't accept more than what your financial need is? But thank you for clarifying.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome. And that's why doing your research is important through the process. And don't stop asking questions. It's okay, even this fall, even before you get admitted to a college or university, to ask about financial aid and how it's handled. So don't be afraid to pick up the phone and call the financial aid department and say, my child is a prospective student, or I'm a prospective student, and I have questions about how you handle excessive funds or scholarships early on before you make a decision. Matter of fact, once you figure out, okay, there's 3 to 5 schools I got to accept it into, call each one of those schools and find that out before you make your final choice. Because you want to keep looking for money if you may feel like you need additional funds in the future while you're in college. You want to have that option available to you. You don't want to be blocked by that university on how they're going to handle your funds. So that's a phenomenal question, and thank you for asking that question. Okay, so I am, of course, this was a very important segment, and I wanted to give everybody a chance to ask questions. We're going to take a 30-minute, let me go back, a 30-minute lunch break. It's going to put me slightly behind, but I'm going to skip the career assessment. I'm actually going to, I'll introduce that right after lunch briefly. And we're not going to do it here, but I'm going to introduce it to you, and then I'll give you the resources to take it at home. But it's a very great one. So I really feel like I need to introduce you to it. But instead of returning from lunch at, I'm all over the place, at 12:30, I know I'm like 20 minutes over. Please come back if you can come back at 12:50. We will get back started. 12:50. And I will see you then, and we will wrap up with, we'll go back to the career assessment, and then we'll talk a little bit about NCAA, and then we'll move into college funding. Does that sound good to everybody? All right, I will see you back at 12:50.
out for all reform strewn. Speaking of reform, take away funding, watch us reform. We're more than homecoming and step shows, so when we step, be warm. We're at them tables, and guess what? Yes, we keep those seats warm. We're trying to keep the peace on. Think we'll stop, then dream on. Now let's talk about these memories. Our names say we made history. Lift every voice after every victory. You can be black, black at your liberty. Stand tall like a hickory tree. What you know about going from the class to the cap? Graduation always come fast, but guess what? Our bonds will always last. You know the world wanna watch us after foe. Like good news, so the world's so good they want some more. Like good food, look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs. 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 Alabama A&M University, Alabama State University, Jackson State University, Clark Atlanta, Spelman, Fisk University, Howard, North Carolina A&T, all the HBCUs, from the SWAC to the MEAC to the SIAC, Miles College, you know what's going down, Grambling, Southern, all the HBCUs all around the world. You know the world wanna watch us after foe, like good news, so the world's so good they want some more, like good food, look at where we are and where we came, now we all prove that we own what's only right, we love our all black schools. HBCUs. 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 HBCUs, HBCUs, HBCUs. I was raised in the valley, but educated up on the hill. Learn to higher my thoughts, now my thoughts lower all my bills. My mind is working, black degree, yeah, it's working. Came a long way from the uncertain, now I'm sure that they to the tax bracket. It's a fact that we see W-2s, imagine that. We see W-2s, imagine that. Now let me get back to the fact that we didn't have access from no schools, now we're on an atlas. Black grads, we have class. We can discuss it, just don't try to change the subject. Like a cold drink without cube. No, we're not done yet. This is black success, and guess what? We're up now, and we're up next. Hey, you know the world wanna watch us after 4. Like good news, so the world's so good they want some more. Like good food, look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs, 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 HBCUs. From the dorm rooms to the boardrooms, we even have people working all in those courtrooms, trying to make a change that makes a change. So watch out for all reform soon. Speaking of reform, take away funding, watch us reform. We're more than homecoming and step show, so when we step, be warm. We're at them tables, and guess what? Yes, we keep those seats warm. We're trying to keep the peace on. Think we'll stop, then dream on. Now let's talk about these memories. Our names say we made history. Lift every voice after every victory. You can be black, black at your liberty. Stand tall like a hickory tree. What you know about going from the class to the cap? Graduation always come fast, but guess what? Our bonds will always last. You know the world wanna watch us after 4. Like good news, so the world's so good they want some more. Like good food, look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs, 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 HBCUs. Alabama A&M University, Alabama State University, Jackson State University, Clark Atlanta, Spelman, Morehouse, Tennessee State, Fisk University, Howard, North Carolina A&T, all the HBCUs, from the SWAC to the MEAC to the SIAC, Miles College, you know what's going down, Grambling, Southern, all the HBCUs all around the world. You know the world wanna watch us after 4. Like good news, so the world's so good they want some more. Like good food, look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs, 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 HBCUs.
It's the Legion, baby.
You know the world wanna watch us after 4. Like good news, so the world's so good they want some more. Like good food, look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs, 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 HBCUs. I was raised in the valley, but educated up on the hill. Learn to higher my thoughts, now my thoughts lower all my bills. My mind is working, black degree, yeah, it's working. Came a long way from the uncertain, now I'm sure that thank God for the excursion. Now I got the ability to increase my earnings, and I don't have to do what I used to. Used to be one to take L's. Now due to the tax bracket, it's a fact that we see W-2s. Imagine that. We see W-2s. Imagine that. Now let me get back to the fact that we didn't have access from no schools. Now we're on an atlas. Black grads, we have class. We can discuss it, just don't try to change the subject. Like a cold drink without Q. No, we're not done yet. This is Black success, and guess what? We're up now, and we're up next. Hey, you know the world wanna watch us after 4. Like good news, so the world's so good they want some more. Like good food, look at where we are and where we came. Now we all prove that we own what's only right. We love our all black schools. HBCUs, 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 HBCUs. From the dorm rooms to the boardrooms, we even have people working all in those courtrooms, trying to make a change that makes a change. So watch out for all reforms soon. Speaking of reform, take away funding, watch us reform. We're more than homecoming and step show, so when we step, be warned.
Hey, Seth.
All right, we're about to get started in just one moment. All right, can everyone hear me? Hopefully you are back and had a chance to get a little bit of something to eat and get back on track. I know that I want to review the schedule because we ran behind a little bit, but I'm going to make up a little bit of ground. I do want to introduce you to the career assessment. And then we'll talk a little bit about NCAA eligibility requirements, and then we'll move right into the college funding strategies, which is a very important topic I want to make sure that we cover along with scholarships. All right, so with that being said, everybody can hear me. We're going to keep going. Now, we're not going to have time, but we did talk about how to choose a career earlier, and a career versus a college major can be the same thing and they can be different things. A career is what you want to do to earn a living, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to go to a 4-year college or institution to do that. And how you derive at what your career options are and what you may want to do next, it means you have to look at your skills, your interests, some of the things that you value to make that determination. And so I want to introduce you to a tool called the ONET Profiler. It's actually administered by the U.S. Department of Labor, and I actually find it to be very, very helpful. The link and the QR code is here. I'll make sure that these slides are available to you to grab those. Let me actually start the recording here. Actually, I am still recording. Good. I thought it stopped, but it's still recording. Good. So with that being said, if you were to click the link, it will take you to this career assessment tool, and it's really designed to help you to find out what you might be interested in doing in terms of, going out into the workforce, and some of the things that you, based on some of the things that you like to do, and some of the things that you are naturally good at. So it combines your interests, your future level of job preparation. So let me advance. And there's about 60 questions in this assessment, but they go by super quick. I actually took it and I thought it was very interesting, and it was spot on with some of the things that I'm actually interested in doing and some of the things I have already done. But you go through and you, based on these faces, whether you strongly dislike something all the way through you strongly liking it. And it's really 60 questions, but you just click the button based on the emoji face that resonates the most about each one of these particular occupations or description of occupations. And there are like 5 pages, which total up. So there's like 12 questions on each page. And so you quickly go through each one of these pages just by clicking, yeah, I really like it. I really dislike it. Oh, I'm somewhere in the middle. For each one of these, study ways to reduce water pollution. So if that's something you marginally like, you might hit the middle button. Versus something that you really don't like, you hit the button all the way to the left with the tongue stuck out. And you do that for all 5 pages. And once you're done, it will spit you out is what they call your interest results. And it categorizes them in 6 areas: realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional. And I think these were like my initial results. So mine came back more artistic. And then there was like a 3-way tie between social, enterprising, and conventional. Actually, if you look at all of mine across the board, they're not terribly far off. I mean, it was kind of, toward the middle on all of these. Some of your results will be a lot more differentiable from one interest area to the other. And then there are zones of preparation, which I thought was interesting. So if you click zone 3, it says medium job preparation, meaning some training, some college, little to no job preparation. You would click job zone 1, and then it would actually, based on your interest and the job zone you selected. So if you selected a job zone 4, it says high job preparation, and 5 is extensive. So let's just say 4, for example. Then you'll notice that 4, it means that you can actually get quite a bit of education and training. So take a look at this for 1 second. As you can see, job zone number 4 is a high job preparation. And this was mine. So it's going to shoot you a list of different careers and interest and preparation levels that you're interested in. And you can pick one or many. It highlights those that are a best fit for you, and then others that you might. And think about what I'm doing now, right? So I took this assessment quickly. It only takes like 5 or 10 minutes to take the assessment. And so career, technical education, teacher, secondary school popped up for me. I've never taught in a traditional school setting in my life. I spent years working in the oil and gas industry as an executive and as an engineer. And yet, at this stage of where my interests are, it says career technical education training, which is exactly what I'm doing here now, helping with career and college type education. So it definitely will align you with things that you're interested in, even if you're not doing it in the traditional 9 to 5, but it aligns you with your interest. Now, because I clicked job zone 4, which is meaning high job preparation, it will specify what kind of education and skills you'll need. So this is the next. So once you hit next, it'll take that same job I selected, which is career technical education, and it'll tell you what knowledge do you have to have? What are the basic skills you'll need? What are the abilities you'll need to bring to the table? What kind of personality traits you'll need? What kind of technology you'll likely need to strengthen your capabilities or be good at to really be proficient at that job? And then down here, very important, it also shows you the education. It says a bachelor's degree or a certificate after college is needed. So it'll show you those things to help you to plan out what you need to do next with your college or career opportunity. And then what kind of salary you're likely to make, anywhere from 47K up to 100K. And this is just a general range, but it gives you insight into the occupation, knowledge, skills, and abilities, your personality, technology, education, and training, and then you can even explore more. But this is the reason why I love this tool. So I would encourage each of you to take that assessment, think about the insights that it shows you, and reflect on the results to see where you may need to close the loop and maybe make a list of some of the potential careers that you're interested in based off of the results that you see. And then identify training and education that you'll need to pursue that particular occupation or career. And then put together a plan to execute so that you can move closer to getting to that particular career. This isn't just good for high schoolers. This is good for college students and working professionals. So anytime you think, you know what, let me see if I may be interested in pivoting in a different direction, take this assessment, see what your results say. And as it populates a list of different careers, there may be something you might consider. And if you go to this page or to that next step and it says, you need certain educational requirements, you might say, oh, I already have those. I could pivot into a different role, a different occupation, and I already have that. Or my earning potential might increase if I shift or pivot or decrease. But you want to be informed about what that could look like. So are there any questions about, and I know I'm quickly going through that tool, but are there any questions about this assessment tool? Okay, I don't see any hands. I don't see any comments in the chat. Again, here's the QR code and the link to it. I highly encourage you to take advantage. All right, thank you. There aren't any questions, but this is the one area. The reason why I broke this out is because this is the one area I find that young adults struggle with. They don't know where to start. They don't know where to look. They don't know who to ask and how to get more research done in terms of different type of careers. So I want to introduce tools that'll help you to be able to get a better idea of what you're walking into before you just randomly pick a career out of a hat. I talked to some students this summer at that Boys and Girls Club program that I ran. And I asked the student, she says, well, I'm thinking about being an ophthalmologist. And I said, okay. I said, well, what kind of education do they need? I don't know. I said, well, what's the salary range? I don't know. And so I said, okay, it's okay that you don't know now. I said, but if you're going to go to school for this and pay 4 years plus additional medical school, I would encourage and invite you to understand more about what you're walking into before you decide and land on a program. All right, Kennedy, good to see you on. She was in my program this summer at Clubhouse 14 at the Boys and Girls Club. Thank you for joining. I appreciate that. And I hope you're finding this useful, Kennedy. So this is a great tool. We used a different one this summer with the boys and girls. They used another career assessment at one of the clubs. So this will be another tool to use. So with that being said, and there are no questions, I'm going to pivot quickly and talk just briefly about NCAA eligibility. If you're not an athlete, I will still stay tuned because I'm sure you know one, a friend of yours, a cousin, a nephew, a niece, another sibling or child in your home maybe, and everybody knows somebody who might want to play collegiate sports, whether you're female or male. So I want to share just a few quick tips. My sons both played sports all the way through high school, and my youngest son went on to play collegiate sports. And so I share this part of the webinar to give you some basic information to help you with what are those requirements that you need to be thinking about if you are interested in, or your child, or you know someone who may be interested in playing collegiate sports. So there are certain steps that you have to think about, and we're going to talk about a few of those. I'm going to skip that assessment because we already introduced earlier with the poll we took who was interested in sports. But did you know that there's over 8 million students who play high school sports? 8 million. About 7% of those actually go on to play a varsity sport in college. 7% of the 8 million. So you got 8 million, now it's down to 7. And Division I and Division II schools, they actually offer over $3.7 billion worth of athletic scholarships each year to over 190,000 students. So that is $3 billion going to Division I and Division II college athletes, male and female, of all sports. Now, from the males and female breakdown, as you can see, there are roughly 293,000 males that are playing collegiate sports by gender, and 229. So more males than females, but certainly both are playing collegiate sports, which is good to see. Now, let's talk about the 2% club. When it comes down to sports, I always encourage my scholar athletes to get their minds right because not everybody is going pro. I certainly hope that you are. In fact, my best friend's her stepson, he played at University of Alabama, and now he's been playing in the NFL for several years. So I know someone personally who's playing in the NFL, and one of my colleagues, his name is Jamin Elliott. He couldn't be on this year, but he was on the summit last year for those who attended. He actually played collegiate sports and in the NFL as well, and he actually played with Tom Brady on the Patriots. So I do know several people who played pro football, for example, but the majority of high school students don't end up playing sports professionally. I don't want that to be a discourager because I want to talk about the 2% that do. 2% of high school athletes get some form of athletic scholarship, only 2%. Now, my son was fortunate enough to be in that 2%, so I'm sure he's pretty thankful for that. But there's a reason why he was, and I want to share those reasons why athletes who are in the 2% club are in the 2% club. High school athletes that go on to play Division I sports, 1 in 57. So 1 in 57 high school athletes go on to play Division I sports. And NCAA students go on to become professional athletes, only 2%. 2% of those who play college sports go on to become professionals. So what sets apart those 2%ers? I want to talk about that. 3 things. And this is Christie's interpretation of what it takes. I have not found this model anywhere. I kind of came up with it when I was going through this with my sons. But it's 3 things that stick out to me. It's called the 3-legged stool. The 3A model is what I call it. And this is what set those 2%ers apart. And this is a life. If you're not a sports person, but you're still listening, think about this from a life perspective, not just the sports. Your attitude, your academics, and your athletics, what you perform well at, the reason why they're looking at you for athletics. But if you're not an athlete, think about whatever it is you're good at for that 3rd leg on the stool. But the 3 models of success have to include the first 2, your attitude and your academics, in that order. So if you got a bad attitude or your academics are questionable, please don't think you're going to be part of that 2% that play collegiate sports, or better yet, make it to the pros. Because what happens if you break 1 leg on a stool? Who's interested in sitting on that stool anymore? Not many people. And if you're dealing with coaches and college recruiters, if you're missing one of those 3 legs on that stool, they're going to move on to another player and they're going to sit on somebody else's stool. So how you function and prepare will matter in terms of your attitude, academics, and your athletics. Nobody is going to wait for your stool to get repaired. They're not going to wait and put the more weight on the other 2 legs. They're not going to, they're not going to do all of that. They're not going to overcompensate. They're going to move on. So if you are in the 8th and 9th grade, this is critical because you don't want to wait until your senior year to start getting your mind right about what it takes to play sports in college. You have to think about it early. Colleges aren't just looking for students who have great athletic capabilities. You can't just focus on, I can catch the ball, or I'm a quarterback, I can throw, or I'm the best basketball shooter, I'm the best volleyball player. You have to think about it in terms of the total package you bring to the table, which is the reason why we talked about branding earlier. You should be focusing on your academics first and foremost, because most students think, oh, my coach, they want to recruit me, they'll help me to get into the college. It doesn't work that way anymore. The day of the dumb jock, as they used to refer to it in the 80s and 90s, where you could get to college and not even know how to read or write, is over. They're not operating that way anymore. They want to see your strong academic performance first. In fact, when my youngest son was getting recruited by colleges in high school, you know the first question the college coaches asked his high school coach? What are his grades like? What's his GPA? They didn't ask how fast can he run the 40. They didn't ask how many tackles he made. He played football. They didn't ask that first because they can see that. They can come to a game and see that. They want to know, what's his attitude like? Is he coachable? Can you talk to him and him not get an attitude or defensive? It's a skill set you have to learn. So if you are in high school or if you're thinking about playing collegiate sports, I highly recommend that you know that you've got to qualify academically. You got to get admitted into the college first, and then the coaches can come after you and try to recruit you. It does not work the other way around. They're not going to say, hey, I know you have a 1.8 GPA. Can you really work to get it to a 3.0 or to a 2.3? No, they're going to say, you know what? I have another kid who's just as good somewhere else, who has the right attitude and academics to go along with his athletic performance. So poor grades will deem you ineligible even after you get to college. Every year, my son, he's in his junior year at college now, but every year his coaches are checking his grades. He's on a full scholarship. And I was on a parent call and they said point blank, they said, look, if your kid is not performing, we do not pay for failing grades. Our scholarship money will not be used for Fs. So my son knew I've got to pass my classes, and time management is going to be important for every athlete because you've got to practice, you got games, you're traveling in college, and you got to be in class, and you still have to do your schoolwork. And they still have an expectation that you're keeping your grades up. You can also, if you're an athlete, you can get athletic and academic scholarships. So don't just think, oh, I'm an athlete. Oh, they only gave me a partial scholarship. I can't get money anywhere else. Yes, you can. But you'll need to keep your GPA up, which means you need to know what it is every semester and know how to get your transcripts, as we've been talking about. The one key thing I want to emphasize with this section of my program is know the NCAA eligibility requirements. If you are an athlete and you are on here, type in the chat, yes or no. Do you know the NCAA eligibility requirements? Do you know their requirements? Let's see. Desmond says, yes, ma'am. And I appreciate that, Desmond. Let me go to the yes, ma'am piece, Desmond. I know it's just in the chat, but this goes back to how you show up with your branding. Coaches and those who are helping you love young people with manners. So the fact that you didn't say, yeah, but you said yes and yes, ma'am, that matters. That bumps you up. I even took note of it. So keep that about you when you're talking with maybe older adults or somebody who's in a position to help you. I even say yes, ma'am to people. And it's out of sign of respect. Keep that about you because it separates you from the other young people who just don't care about having manners. But anyway, I sidebar. But I'm glad to see that some of you in the chat are aware of their eligibility requirements. That's good. You may even add some things that have helped you in the chat as I'm talking generally that might help other people, other students. But know, and I'm not going to get into a lot on this, but know that there are 3 divisions in college. Division 1 is kind of the highest division, gives out the most athletic scholarships, and they have the largest athletic budgets. The University of Virginia, University of Alabama, the LSUs, all those schools are D1 schools, as you'll hear them referred to. Now, there's Division 2 schools, still a great and high level of competition. They give out some academic scholarships, maybe not as much as Division 1. You can still get a substantial amount of funding to play Division 2. And then there's Division 3, which doesn't give out a lot of scholarships, very limited scholarships for D3 schools. You can get academic scholarships, but athletic scholarships are limited. And you don't even need to register with the NCAA for Division 3. But for Division 1 and 2, you absolutely do. Please know that. Here's one thing that really I found interesting when I was going through this with my sons. One, you can't wait until your senior year to understand how these requirements work. If you wait till your senior year, you are so behind. One, you have to have at least if you want to play Division 1 sports, you have to have a 2.3 GPA. They call it 2.3 or take a knee. So let's say you've been screwing up, you're the star quarterback on your football team, but you got a 1.8 GPA and you hit your senior year and you're like, yeah, I got all these colleges interested. They're not going to be interested for long. And let me be the first to tell you, because your GPA is not where it needs to be. You cannot just play your way through school. You've got to pay in terms of your academic performance. And they calculate your academic record. They're not looking at your whole transcript. They will eventually, but they're calculating on whether you qualify based on your 16 core courses that they require. So what do you mean, Miss Christie? They're going to take the 16 core courses that they're requiring, English, math, science, social science, those areas that they're requiring, And you can grab those from their website because there's a lot of information on it. And they're going to calculate your GPA, not from all your classes, but from those 16. So this 2.3 is based on the core courses that they required you to take. If you did this for the first time your senior year, what if you missed the class that they required? Do you have time now to take that course? No. This is the reason why I'm introducing it early. Same with Division 2. You have to have a 2.2 core in the core courses. They have their requirements as well. So I highly encourage you to get more familiar with what it takes to qualify. You have to have the core courses. You've got to have 16 of those core course units and at least a 2.3 and proof that you've graduated to play collegiate sports for Division 1 and a 2.2 for Division 2. The requirements are a little different for Division 3. In the interest of time, feel free to look those up on the eligibility site. But the key takeaway here is please don't wait until you are a junior or senior in high school if you can afford. But if you're a junior, get on this website ASAP and get registered. So you must certify with the NCAA Eligibility Center, especially if you want to play D1 or D2 sports. You have to meet their amateurism standards, which means that you are an amateur. You're not some grown person trying to show up at a college and play ball and you're not eligible to. And they want to make sure you've met their academic requirements. And you can create an account. It's free. Create an account on the eligibilitycenter.org website, which is listed here. It takes about 30 minutes to fully register. And when you do, you click the registration button. You'll select the sport or multiple sports that you actually want to get certified or qualified. You'll complete the questions that they ask you. And then before your senior year, you'll need to make sure you've gotten that in. You've requested your final amateurism certification and complete their process. The Eligibility Center will determine your amateurism status. They will go and do a little research and make sure that you haven't played collegiate sports before and that you qualify for Division 1 and Division 2. Make sure you have a valid email address as you're doing this. You'll need to provide your student information like your birthday address, that sort of thing, any awards or expenses. Particularly, they want to know if you've been marketed at. This is how they determine your amateurism. They don't want, if someone's paying you or giving you money for expenses, that might disqualify you for amateurism. So pay attention to those things. And back when my son did it, I don't know if it's still $90 or $150, but there's a one-time $90 non-refundable fee to get fully certified. And so build that into your college plan. And then once you complete that account, you'll get a NCAA ID number. Keep this. Colleges and coaches are going to ask you for your NCAA ID. This is how they're going to put your name in the system and pop it up and see what you're eligible for. So make sure you save that and keep it in your phone and always have that with you at all times. When you're done, once you're in your senior year and you're submitting all of your documentations, every time you submit the assigned things, this was actually my son's snapshot back from, as you can see, he kind of created his account in several years before he became a senior. He graduated in 2021, but as you can see, he started checking off, and every time you complete one of these tasks, they'll need transcripts. And when the date his transcripts came in, it'll automatically will check it off in their system. He requested his amateurism certification. He got it. And then his official transcripts his senior year were sent. So all those things were in the place and he received his eligibility. So if you're in the 9th grade, go ahead and register, 9th or 10th grade, register inside of the Eligibility Center for if you're planning on playing Division 1 or Division 2 sports and get your NCAA ID. If you're a junior, make sure you're on track. If you're a sophomore, make sure you're on track with the core courses. Don't wait till your junior year, actually. They used to require SAT and ACT tests. They don't anymore. So don't worry about that one. But you'll need to submit transcripts. So make sure you understand the process, how they want to receive them, and make sure your high school knows what to send. And that'll position you very well. And then if you are a senior, make sure that you get those transcripts sent your senior year. You've gotten your final amateurism certification in the system, and then you submit your final transcripts as we talked about. Colleges will verify this before you get to step on their campus and start 1 day of training. So my son got to Norfolk State. The first thing they did was make sure all of his documentation was in and his NCAA eligibility was showing finalized in their system. So these things are important. I also think it's important to make sure that you meet the requirements when it comes to who can and how you can be recruited. Recruitment, they can have face-to-face contact with you, phone calls, text, mail, email, social media at certain times. If you don't take anything away from that when it comes to recruiting, remember, at certain times. Contact, it could be when a college coach says anything more than hello, that's considered contact. If they make official visits, if they ask you to come for an official visit, they'll cover your cost of your expenses. If they ask you to come for an unofficial visit, you cover it. And if they ask you to come to a game, there's a limit on the number of even tickets they can give you to come to one of their home games. We did that with my son. He had gotten tickets to go to visit colleges unofficially, and they gave him tickets to come to the game. We only got 3. If they give him more than 3, they can be in trouble and you can be in trouble. It starts to kick you into other investigatory areas, which you do not want. Also, know that you have certain periods where you can be contacted and certain periods in the recruitment process where you cannot. There's a whole calendar on the NCAA website, and it tells you which times of the year and which sports you can be contacted, evaluated, what's a quiet period and a dead period. When you can be contacted, coaches can come watch you, they can have face-to-face contact, they can visit your high school, and they can write you or phone you. But when you're outside of that period, sorry about that. I don't know why I'm getting a video call during the middle of this. Where that's ringing from. There, sorry about that. But if it's outside of that window and you're in the evaluation period, college coaches, if they're in the evaluation, they can come watch you only. They can't talk to you. They can't have face-to-face contact, but they can evaluate you by coming to a game or looking at your film, that sort of thing. And then a quiet period, it means that they can't have any face-to-face contact, but they can write or phone you. And then a dead period is just that. Nothing. No contact, no visits, no watching, no nothing, no evaluations, no nothing. So you have to know, because you can get in trouble, and coaches and schools can get in trouble with the NCAA if you're operating outside of those windows. They will tell you, if you go to the website, and your coaches should be able to help you to understand what those different communication periods are and when they are not. Also, if you're thinking about signing a letter of intent, there's windows, I'm not going to speak long, but there are windows in which you can actually sign a letter of intent. If you're playing, this is like, for example, each sport is different. They have different times. And that's what I want to emphasize. It's not the same for every sport. So you have to go to their site and check it out. But let's just say if you play football, Division I or Division II football, for example, you'll see that their time period is February of this year to sign letter of intent. And the final signing is by April or August of, depending on Division I or Division II for this upcoming school year. So please know these things as you are moving forward with the NCAA process. And I want you to make sure that you're planning early and that you're thinking about it from a 3-legged stool standpoint, my 3 models of success: your attitude, academics, and your athletics. Get organized, include your NCAA steps on your college or career plan, and don't just rely on your coaches to do your recruitment for you. You have to do your own legwork. Coaches are not going to help you 100% because they have too many athletes to cover, but you only have one, you. So you have to take responsibility for your role in the process. Any questions, general questions? And I know it's not a lot of time, but I wanted to offer some basic information on the recruitment process because a lot of families have no idea that they should be doing these things. Okay, I don't see any hands raised and I don't see anything in the chat, so we're going to move on. Now, as we move on, it's important to focus on the funding part of what we're doing. Now, just as I wrote the college planning book to help you to get admitted into college and accepted into college, I circled around after family said, hey, we're trying to find some money now. We got in, but we need the money. And I wrote the second book, College Funding Strategies I Wish Someone Had Told Me. Again, I introduced 10 strategies. So most of my books, and I'm working on a third book called Adulting Strategies 101. But anyway, that's a sidebar. But I usually have like 10 strategies to help students and young adults. So this book was written to help you to graduate debt free. Again, this book as well, it has its template of workbooks. Every book I create will have aids, the how to help you in what you're doing. This is no different. This is the how for this book. And all the templates, you'll hear me reference some of them. We're going to take another road trip. We're not going to talk as much about your current situation because I asked questions about that earlier already. But do know that as you are thinking about your college and your career plan, how you're going to fund it is just as important on what you're doing, how you're going to pay for it. So we're going to talk about that, making sure you understand the cost of attendance. You customize your funding plan and make sure you include it in your overall plan. How to apply for financial aid. And then lastly, the last segment for this afternoon will be we're going to spend some time looking for some scholarships. I'm looking forward to that. That's my fun part. And I always tell students the best part of an education or quality education is a free quality education. So please know that gift aid, scholarships, gift aid is my favorite kind of money because you don't owe nobody, you don't have to pay it out of pocket, and you don't have to pay interest on it. All right. So ordinarily I would have you do a funding assessment, but since we did the poll earlier, I'm going to skip it. If you recall on the poll, I asked questions like, do you have a plan? Have you started thinking about how you're going to pay for your education? Those things are the reason why I'm asking, because if you don't have a plan, I would encourage you to make sure that you are taking the time, talking with your parents and guardians, and putting together a plan that works for you. Not me, but if your conversation should say, hey, mom, I'm interested in going to college or to a vocational school, or I'm thinking about getting an IT certification and going out into the workforce, whatever your options are. And I've done a little research and here's what I'm thinking I'll need each year or total. Do we have anything saved up? Should I be looking for a job? Should we be doing X, Y, or Z? Having those conversations early and often will position you the best. So, but you can't plan for what you haven't understood. So anytime I'm having taking a trip, you got to start from where you are. So even if your parents say, I don't have a penny, I'm doing everything I can to take care of you every day. And that is some people's reality, and it's okay. But once you know that, then just build it into your strategy and make it happen anyway. I had to do the same thing, and it actually worked for me. So how do we do that? First of all, as you did your college research earlier in the morning segment, one of the things I had you to do as you do your research is to figure out how much is the tuition? How much is it going to cost? So now we're going to think about college, and we're going to talk about the cost of attendance, which is simply how much college will cost. When you're thinking about a school, you need to be thinking about the cost. There are two types of costs. There's direct cost, money that goes directly to the college. It's tuition, fees, the room and board, meals, all that piece, directly to the school. It hits your student account with the school. Then there are indirect costs. These are costs that you will incur, such as books, supplies, maybe you need a computer or, to get your laundry done, medication, to travel or commute to school. Those things that you pay out of pocket, but they don't necessarily get paid to the college or university. Those are indirect costs. Now, did you know that depending on the type of school you go to, the cost could vary substantially. So if you're going to an in-state public school, you might have one fee. And as you can see from this US News article back in 2020-ish, and it's still proportional to this today. The numbers might change, but the increments of how different they are, the proportional differences are still very much the same now. But the average cost of tuition for in-state public school, let's say in 2020, was $10K. The average cost for a public, and you were an out-of-state student, let's say you want to go to school in Virginia, but you're from California, to get to Virginia, it's going to cost you double that for the same school that a student who already lived in Virginia would pay. And then let's say you're like me and you want to go to a private school, and they don't care if you're in state or out of state, remember? They only care that you're a student who wants to go to their school. It's quite a bit substantially more, $36,000. And this is just on average. So some schools may be more, some may be less. But on average, there's a difference. So as you're building your plan around which school you're going to and your funding and your financial plan, you might want to say, oh, I'm going to focus on public schools, or, oh, I'm going to have a mix. I'm going to include some public in-state schools because that's affordable. And if nothing else happens, I know I can afford that. But I really want to go to this school over here, and it's going to be a little bit more expensive. Have different price point of schools on your college plan that you plan to apply for. Do not put all expensive schools and you put your family in a financial hardship. Go where you can afford. Very, very important. Now, time is money. And you probably said, she's been talking about this time thing all day. Time is the one thing you cannot get more of. You can get more money, you can get more friends, you can get more food, all these other things. But you can't get more than the 24 hours in a day, in a 7-day week, than what you already have. Same with college. If it takes you longer than 4 years to graduate with a 4-year degree, you're going to pay more for it. Whether you go into a public school or private school, if it takes you 6 years to get a 4-year degree, because you're screwing off, you're partying more than you working, and you're hustling with your academics. Oh, I got to retake this class. Now it's throwing off my whole schedule. It's going to delay me by 2 semesters. These are real stories. Know that you're going to pay more to go to college. You got to pay for the same class more than one time, and you're going to take more time just to get that same degree. So I want to bring this to your attention because time is absolutely money. So what is your plan to pay for college? So we've talked about what it costs, how that looks, but the same as a college admissions or a career plan, you don't necessarily need 2 different plans, but you certainly need to include those funding pieces on your overall plan. But sometimes I'll give these talks separately, so I'll also include in this one to create a simple but effective college funding plan. It should include how much things cost, how much your senior expenses are going to be, your high school year in school, your college applications. If you're going to order 20 transcripts this year, my schools might charge $5 a transcript. So that's maybe $100 you need to budget. If you're going to take the SAT or prep class, you might budget $300. And so on and so on. The tuition, once I pick a school, my parents say I can't go over $20K a year. Those things should be on your funding plan. How you're going to pay for it. Maybe you're going to save $10K, apply for $10K in scholarships. Maybe you have a 529 savings plan. Those things matter. Put those on your plan so that you'll know what your unique and specific situation is. And then, so now that you have a plan, what are the ways to pay for college or for your career training? As I talk, if you're not planning to go to a 4-year school and you're planning to get an IT certification, then on your plan, it should have take an IT certification course, $400. Pay for the IT certification exam, $200. Those sort of things should be on your specific plan, even if it's not directly related to college. But my whole point is, no matter what you do, having a plan will get you there. So how can you pay for college? We're going to talk specifically about college. Out of your household sources, within your family, within your household, you can pay out of pocket. Maybe you make enough and you're like, I can cover college every semester, no biggie. Or you say, I've saved up some money. I have a 529 or another savings plan. It's already set to aside. Or you say, I have a permanent life insurance policy. I can tap into that and get some funding out to reduce how much, I have to pay out of pocket. Or I don't recommend it, but if you have to, and your parents are willing to, they might say, you know what, I'm going to borrow against my retirement 401k and just pay myself back instead of the student loan, the federal government, or just take it out completely and take it from my retirement. I don't advocate for that, but sometimes you might want to go that route in order to not owe back student loans. So you have to decide what works best for your financial situation. And then you have the outside sources. These are things, any funding you get that you and your family aren't directly providing. College may give you scholarships. Employers may give you, and reimbursements. Other organizations may grant you funding or grants, that sort of thing. But financial aid, scholarships, grants, reimbursements are all outside sources that you should be aware of to take advantage of. So as you are thinking about your plan and ways to pay for it, financial aid is going to be critical. The federal government gives out $120 billion every year to 13 million students, one of the largest federal aid sources in the country. And financial aid isn't just scholarships, it's multiple things. It's work study, where you can work on campus and they will pay you and offset your tuition by how much you made from your work study. There are grants. Grants and scholarships are money that you do not have to pay back. And then there are student loans, money you have to pay back, and usually with some degree of interest, whether while you're in school accruing or once you graduate from college, it'll start to accrue. And student loans are my least favorite because that's where you have to string it along after you graduate from college. And that's a reason why a lot of students nowadays don't want to go to college, because they don't want to graduate with a bunch of student loan debt weighing them down, as you see in the picture. But it doesn't have to be the case. You can try to find resources that don't include student loans, or don't take out that many if you absolutely have to. Only accept what you need. Sometimes the school will offer you more money than you need that semester. Reject the rest of it, give it back. Don't take out all that money if you don't need it. But there's over 1.6, it's probably closer to 1.7 trillion dollars in student loan debt right now. And we want to make sure that we do everything possible to reduce or minimize how much student loans you need. I found this interesting. This was a chart of top 10 states that had the highest student loan debt. I was encouraged. I live in Virginia. I didn't see Virginia on the top 10 list. But as you can see, there's a number of states where it's very costly in terms of the student loan that you're likely to obtain. I just thought that was interesting. But here's that great FAFSA. I'm going to move on to the FAFSA. This is very important. The federal government, if you were to get a penny of that $120 billion I talked about, the federal government gives out, they're not going to give you a penny unless you have a FAFSA on file, free application for federal student aid. It is required for all federal and even some state funds. Every college uses it, they use it to determine their financial aid eligibility. They're not going to give you money until they have your FAFSA application on file. So if you apply to a school in the fall and you wait until the spring to fill out your FAFSA, please don't expect to know what your financial situation is. So what does Miss Christie encourage? As a part of my system, when will you apply for your FAFSA? October of each academic year. October. Everything, Miss Christie, you sure got us doing a lot in the fall. I do. That's the reason why I'm doing the summit now, so that you can maximize your fall. So as you fill out the FAFSA, know that every year that you are in college, so my college students, have it on your plan to make sure, and a reminder on your phone, October 1 hits, we need to sit down and fill out the FAFSA. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Probably takes you 15 minutes of your whole year. Take 15 minutes early each year and fill out the FAFSA. This year you have to wait until December 23rd. I have not checked into that, Miss Marie, but that's very important to know. I'm not sure if you heard why you have to wait until December 23rd, which is a bit late. That's like right before Christmas.
Well, because
I don't know if they ran behind or not.
Form. They changed it, and so now they revised it because it's been 40 years since they revised it. They've been adding on little stuff throughout the years, but it's been really 40 years since they made the big changes. So it's supposed to not open up to maybe December 1st, but it could be later than that. Some professionals are saying now maybe January, but after this year, it will go back to October 1st.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
And so, what I would encourage all of you to do, high school seniors, current college students, and I will be doing it as soon as I get off the summit today, is sending myself a reminder for December 1st. Because as Miss Marie just said, it could be as early as December 1st. And we want to be on the front end of any opening of an application, not the December 20th. So if it opens on December 1st, send yourself a reminder to check and see. And if they update it and say, oh, it's going to look closer to December 15th, set a new reminder, or closer to December 23rd, set a new reminder, because as soon as that FAFSA opens up, you want to get it to your colleges as soon as possible. And all the colleges that you have applied to, you have to designate them through the FAFSA process to receive it. The colleges won't get it unless you provide that school's code when you're filling out your FAFSA application, or if you go in and you add them later. But you need to make sure that you complete the FAFSA every year, even if you have scholarships. I get that question all the time. Do I have to do it if I got a full scholarship? I would encourage every year, because you never know when your financial situation changes. And so you want to make sure that form is already in place at the colleges you need when you need it. We try to get in early and get in ahead of everybody else. So as soon as the FAFSA opens up this year, we highly want to make sure that you are one of the first to apply. What happens next is colleges are going to calculate your financial aid once they receive it. So if you wait until later, other students are going to get more aid, or the good aid, and you're going to get what's left over. They do it on a first come, first served basis. Here is the link. So when it opens, usually in October, this year looks like December-ish, but when it opens, have your tax forms, your W-2, bank statements, you and your parents. You can sign your documents electronically, but you'll need to create an FSA ID, and so will your parents. As you see in this picture, it says click if you're a student, or click if you're a parent or preparer. So there's two ways that you can enter and log in, but you have to make sure that you send this to all of your colleges. Generally, and they may be revamping this, so I'm going to go out and do a little bit more research, because if they're revamping the process, be on the lookout. Some of these things might look different when they're done. In the past, and I'll describe it that way now, they had what, after you completed all your financial information and submit your application, your FAFSA application, they would calculate your expected family contribution. This is simply what you have to pay, or at least FAFSA believes it's the amount of money that they believe you and your family can pay out of your pocket. It's not necessarily how much you need, it's how much they think you can pay, which might be different, because they might think I can pay $30K, but Miss Christie might only be able to pay $5K or no K. But they think you can based on your financial profile and your assets. And colleges will they'll take this EFC, they will calculate their own financial aid award package. Every college's award package is different. Your EFC is the same, but how they use it in their calculation, wholesale different. And then they will tell you if you have a financial need, or if they think that you can pay more out of pocket, or what that scenario is. What are they usually using in calculation in the past? And I'm going to keep prefacing it that way because it might change with these new process improvements. They looked at the family's income, the student's income, how many students are in the household, how many people are in your household, how many students are in college, any assets you or your parents have, and then they take the age of your oldest parent. So they factor these things in. They're looking at taxable income, untaxable income, assets generally in this calculation. And if you want to, these tools might change too, particularly if their FAFSA application changes. But if you want to get an estimate of your EFC before you have to submit it through the system between now and January, I would encourage you to use one of these tools. Student Aid and the College Board has two great tools where you can get an estimate. It's not exact. That's my disclaimer. It'll give you an idea of what your EFC could look like. Now I put this together because it made sense to me. I love working in the process or visual, because it's too many steps, and we're like, we could do what, when, and they're gonna do what? So this is how it generally works. You and your parent will sit down this December, it sounds like, and you're gonna complete the FAFSA. And all the colleges you would have already applied to by December, you're going to select those colleges and make sure the FAFSA folks know to send your EFC information, your financial information, to all of those colleges. Once they send those, once you finish that application, you're gonna get your EFC, and those colleges are gonna get your student aid report or some equivalent of it. It's gonna get sent to all those colleges. And then in green, the colleges are gonna say, aha, I have Christie's FAFSA information. Now we can calculate how much financial aid she's eligible for, or we're willing to give, or both. And so they're gonna calculate it, and they're gonna send you an award letter in purple here. You're gonna get a letter in the mail, via email, maybe both. I don't know, it depends on the college. But you have to be on the lookout for this letter. And they're gonna say, hey, Christy, we think we can give you, the cost of going to this college is X amount. Here's how much in financial aid you're eligible for, and here's how much we think you can still pay out of pocket. That's in this orange box. Or they may say, we've calculated, and based on your income, we're giving you enough financial aid to where you don't have to pay anything out of pocket. That would still be in this orange box. Guess what? If you have enough financial aid to cover your cost of attendance, great. But what happens if you don't? Now's the time to start figuring out how else can you cover the rest of those college expenses. And this is where I would encourage you to look for scholarships, grants, and other opportunities where you don't have to take out student loans. Now, it's not ideal for you to have to pay in blue so much out of pocket and get very little back in financial aid, and even less in scholarships. To me, that's kind of a stomach ache kind of a situation. Where I like to see most students is where you're getting a lot more in green in scholarships. You might pay a little bit out of pocket, if any at all, and then the rest of it you've gotten in financial aid, hopefully grants, scholarships, and work study, not as much loans. But it's more ideal because you don't want to have to come up with 75% out of your own pocket. That's a lot of money. And if you have it, great. And if you don't, we want to create other things that you can do to make sure you have your finances covered. Let's see, I'm going to pause and go to the chat because I do see some great dialogue here. My advice as a college student for those in high school is to have your paperwork and list ready before it opens. I totally agree. You don't want to wait till December to pull all those financial documents I described earlier. So thank you, Kebab. If I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, I'll just say.
May I speak on that point?
You sure can. I would appreciate it.
I think it autocorrected, but I meant to say IRS and list ready, because there's like a lot of challenges when it comes to the IRS specifically when applying to college. If you have IRS allocations for that. So if you do, I think as a high school student, you have to get that settled ahead of time.
You're absolutely right. And I would definitely make sure that your IRS documents and your IRS standing is all in good shape, because when I do it for my sons, I don't even have to pull my tax reports, my tax forms. It'll ask me if I want to go use the IRS retrieval tool, and it'll automatically import my tax information into the FAFSA form. So that's another option you'll likely see. But if you have some things that you need to settle or follow up with the IRS, it might not give you that option. And you might want to take this time now to get all those things, all your ducks in a row ahead of time. Thank you for that. And so as you think about what can you pay out of pocket, what do you need to do in terms of putting together a funding plan and completing the FAFSA, remember that it all goes back to you need a major, you need to figure out which colleges or education, you need to be able to provide those as you're filling out the FAFSA form, because they're going to ask you where to send those scores to. And then if you get your financial aid, don't wait until you get your financial aid award letter. As soon as you get your college applications out and your FAFSA out, start looking for scholarships. I have students say, well, Miss Christie, when do I need to stop looking for scholarships? Unless you're allergic to free money, you should be looking for scholarships every year while you are in high school and in college, especially through college. And then when you get your financial aid award letters, you're going to get one from every school, remember? Don't make a decision about what school you're going to attend until you get all those award letters and you can compare them. Well, this one is offering me this kind of money. And this one is offering me more here, but less here. This one is offering me way too many student loans, but this one's going to cover most of my costs without taking out a lot of student loans. And pick the school that's best for you academically with the programs and financially. And do know that if something doesn't appear right on your financial aid award letter, you can appeal it. Oh, there's an appeal process? Well, what's the process, Miss Christie? Every school's process is different. What I recommend that you do is highlight for yourself what discrepancies you note, call the school and say there's some things that aren't correct. What is your appeal process for your financial aid award letter, and follow their instructions, not mine. Don't follow Miss Christie instructions because your money ain't gonna be right, but follow their instructions so that you can get the funding you need, and you can get anything clarified or wrapped up. If your financial situation has changed from the time you or your parents, from the time you initially applied, and you need to go back in and revisit it, you can go back in and update your FAFSA and say, you know what, now my parents don't have a job, or COVID hit and something happened, and you can update it through FAFSA, and you can update it and ask for a review of your financial aid based on a hardship or significant change in your family's income. So please don't think that you don't have any recourses. What I would encourage you to do, in fact, and I don't know if I've ever directly said it here, but it's on my spirit too. You need a relationship with your financial aid department. Treat them folks like they the best people you ever knew in your life. They're going to be rude, some of them nasty with attitudes, because everybody got money problems and they do that all day long. But stay respectful. Always say thank you. Let them know how much you appreciate them and appreciate their help. But build relationships with your financial aid department, and always the department, the registrar, folks who clear you to take classes. Because those are the folks, when they know you by face and name, they're the ones who are going to help you when you're in your most critical situations. And it gives you the ability to make sure that you have a great point of contact should you need to follow up and ask more questions. So are there any questions? And thank you, Mom of the Benjamins, for putting in the significant changes to the FAFSA in here. I highly encourage each one of you to click on that link, particularly my high school seniors and continuing college students, because time is of the essence for this fall for you to update your FAFSA information for the upcoming academic school year, and make sure you understand what those differences are. The key thing is the information that I'm sharing and the resources will continue to improve and evolve. And so we must all, because I have college students too, get in the practice of saying, you know what, looks like something changed. Let me make sure I understand for myself what the implications, what the changes are and what the implications are. So thank you very much for that. So in my key takeaways, and I'm actually getting back on track. How about that? What I really want to say is, at the end of the day, how you think about funding college, don't let it be an afterthought. If you're in the 8th or 9th grade, good news, you have time. Don't think that, oh, I'm only going to worry about college when I get high school or my junior or senior year. The earlier you start, the better off you'll be. Put together a system that's going to work for you and talk to your parents about, hey, how are we going to tackle this funding piece? And parents, if you aren't having those conversations with your kids, invite them into the conversation, because my kids have they got a filet mignon mindset and more like a bologna sandwich budget. And so sometimes we have to bring them into the conversation for them to have a chance to digest the realities of adulting and to manage their expectations. So don't just have financial conversations without your young adults, include them into the process. Keep looking for those scholarships, and we're going to talk more about scholarships in just a moment. Track your progress and get organized. Some of the same things I said before applies here, so I'm not going to reiterate those, but one of the key things that works for you, your senior year, to my high school seniors, You're going to be busy this year. You're going to be doing all the senior things, meeting senior requirements, applying to colleges, getting the FAFSA done, looking for money, making sure money's straight, making sure you meet all the deadlines for the college you're going to pick a college, pay for college, find out all these different, graduate all within the next 8 to 10 months. So if you take now and get organized, have a system. On my computer, I have a folder system and I have paper folders. All my son's paperwork, each student has a folder, and everything about college and planning and high school is in one place on my desk. And I also have electronic folders, essays, letters of recommendation, and so forth. And all those things are in place because when it's time for us to execute, who wants to try to figure out where do we put that sheet of paper at and where is that? No, you want to know where those things are to help you. Now, those are my general college funding strategies. As you can see, I'm going to talk a little bit more about a few things under funding as we have the scholarship talk. I'm breaking that out for the first time this summit because all of my students, middle school, high school, college, graduate school, adults, and working on dissertations. I think one parent says she's working on her dissertation and a doctorate. The scholarship piece applies to everybody. So I'm breaking that out. Before I do, are there any general college funding questions or comments? Or does any current college students want to share about how your financial experience has been? You have to tell us your personal finance situation, but how has your experience been like on campus, working with the financial aid department and getting what you need from a financial standpoint? Any students want to come off mute and share that?
If no one's going to speak, I'll speak about my financial experience. So I've recently gotten I'm a rising sophomore now as of 2023, and it's kind of been somewhat of a challenge, but somewhat not, because I think the first thing you should have is like a list, a long list of things you should do before you go into college that kind of encompasses what you have to look out for when thinking about financial aid. So FAFSA, check. Like you were speaking, I know you were speaking about a checkbox. That's what you kind of have to have separate for just money alone. When it comes to thinking about your college, being in college, because there are things that arise. Like I didn't have my booster, right? My COVID booster, but I was living on campus. And so when I was for winter break, they actually took me out of my classes because I didn't have my booster. And I wasn't also paying attention to my email. And so that was also like a factor. And however, because of that, I had to pay $200 out of pocket to get back in some of those classes because my financial aid had covered the classes ahead of time. But because I was took out of those classes, I had to reapply for a different class that aligned with the same thing, but that wasn't covered with my financial aid. So I had to now go into it's called the One-Stop Center. I go to Rutgers. So I called the One-Stop Center. I had to go in there. It was kind of really a long process, just making a case, because the first thing I want to tell people when talking or making a financial aid case is to go in person. A lot of people I met on campus often call or just make a case and wait for things to happen. They're usually going to push you to the back if you just make a call or just make that case. I say go in person and make a case in person. That way you have the person's number and email who made your case. And then furthermore, you could follow up with them if nothing happened or if anything did anything like that. And so that's the main part. I know you mentioned earlier speaking and getting to know your financial advisors. That's definitely a key takeaway, because when it comes to money, it's not a game, it's not a joke. So when you're making a case for your money, you have to go in person so they know who you are. And furthermore, just be on top of things. Like I said, make that checklist and make sure you know your counselors too, because there are some things that the financial aid department might not tell you are sneaky purchases, as my counselor would put them, that you can speak to your counselor about, and they'll be like, oh, you don't have to pay for this, are, yes, you do have to pay for this. And so a combination of doing your own research after speaking with financial aid and your counselors, as well as just like I said, I go to Rutgers, so I can only speak on Rutgers part, but they have on their website, they have a literal aid section that I could see exactly what class cost this much and how I could kind of figure out, okay, what can I do with that for research based off of my budget? And I think the most important part that I didn't mention was actually making a budget. So yes, you have financial aid. You may or may not have scholarships, but you also have to make a budget of things you can do. And on campus, there's going to be a lot of things you want to pay for that you may not need, like food, movies, stuff like that. So definitely budget yourself when it comes to those expenses as well.
Excellent. I mean, there are so many gems. Thank you so much for sharing, because I think that it's important for y'all to hear from current college students some of the experiences. And there's so many gems that stuck out. Make sure you build relationships with financial aid, your school counselors, having a budget, making sure you stay on top of certain things, because these things are going to be very important. And at the end of the day, nobody is going to be more vested in you getting your financial needs met and your responsibilities ironed out than you. And you see the link between, remember I talk about the health form and making sure you know what's on that form, and having that form when you go to in the spring. Make the appointment now for the spring if you're a high school senior to get into your medical provider, healthcare provider, and get your college physical done. And take your college form and make sure everything on that is done, including any boosters you might need to this young man's point, because it could have other implications. They do not play when it comes down to meeting those health requirements, and it had a financial implication to him too. And so that's going to be the key thing that you want to take away. All these things are important, so you'll have to read, follow those directions. So excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. Now we're in the last segment, and I appreciate y'all for bearing with me today. I'm going to take a snapshot to see who's still here, so that I'll know who stuck through when it comes down to the scholarship eligibility piece. I'm actually tracking that. Y'all think I'm just talking, but I'm actually doing both at the same time. And I'm also paying attention to who's actively participating. So thank y'all for dropping comments and actively participating. These things matter, because all of this is here to help you. So I want to make sure that you're asking questions, you're getting what you need. Now, my favorite part, the scholarship search and applications. Now, someone put in the chat, is it even worth applying for scholarships? I didn't get that many scholarships. You applied for many, but didn't get a lot of progress. Is it really even worth the time to apply? I would say absolutely yes, because see, here's the thing. It's like with anything else in life, the more you do something, the more you increase the probability of getting awarded a scholarship or getting success. You are 100% guaranteed to get 0 scholarships that you haven't applied for. Think about that. You are 100% guaranteed to get nothing if you did nothing. But the more you do, the more you increase the opportunity to get scholarships, big scholarships, little scholarships, macro scholarships, micro scholarships, whatever. We're going to dive into it and talk a little bit more about scholarships now. First of all, I actually wrote another book. It's actually a free ebook. You don't have to pay a penny, and it's all about scholarships, 10 scholarship strategies every student needs to know to get college education without going broke. So for those who think, oh, Miss Christie is just, trying to promote her books. No, I'm doing a lot of free things because I believe in, if I know it, I want to share it. And so grab this free resource. It's 20 pages, the easiest read. It's all digital, but it's a great resource to give you the quick hit strategies that'll help you through the college scholarship search process and application process. So the person who asks, is it worth it? Try some of these strategies and then circle back. Every year I have families who circle back around to me and say, oh my God, we used your system and it works. So guess what? I want to make sure that you're using these strategies and that you understand them and that you're asking questions. So if you have any questions, please ask your questions during this segment and we'll all try to chip in to help. You should have a plan for this too. My son and our love, hate, love relationship I talked about, it was definitely a love, hate, love because he hated applying for scholarships. But when he had enough financial aid and he didn't have to pay out of pocket, and from time to time he actually got money back from the college university, he was like, this wasn't so bad after all. And that could be some of your realities too. So, but you don't get there if you don't have a plan. When he was in high school, and even now, we set aside so much time every month to apply for scholarships. Now that if you're a senior and currently in college, I would encourage you to set aside time every week. Maybe you have a goal, I apply for 5 scholarships every week. Whatever makes sense based on your schedule. And it could be different for everybody. Don't just look for big scholarships. Look for some larger, I call them macro scholarships, over $5,000, and then micro scholarships under $5,000. It could be 500, it could be 100, it could be 1,000. They add up too. Look for scholarships that are from organizations, profit, nonprofit, Greek organizations, fraternities, sororities, all kind of entities are giving out funding. Religious organizations, civic groups, employers. My nephew worked at McDonald's. And McDonald's ended up, when he went to college, he didn't realize it, but he asked, closed mouths don't get fed. He asked, and they even agreed, they had money set aside to give $2,500 to students who had maybe worked for McDonald's over some period of time. I want to say 90 days, but don't quote me. But if you'd been an employee there and you're working on a college degree, they gave him $2,500 towards his education. How would he know that if he didn't ask? So even your employers or your parents' employers might help. How do you tell if a scholarship is real? Because a lot looks sketchy when I attempt to apply. One of the ways I can tell if they're sketchy, one, if you can't go to a website and there's any indication that any other recipients have ever been awarded that scholarship. 2, if they're asking you for money at all. I don't do money. I'm not paying to apply. So anything where they're asking you for a whole lot of information that's not really relevant to the scholarship, or you see fine print about them using your scholarship information for marketing purposes and selling your information to other entities, look for some of those type of things because it might not be what it seems. Also, when I met with the young lady who I told you was awarded $1 million in scholarships, you know the one thing she mentioned to me? She had a scholarship mentor. How does that work? I asked her that and she said, well, she said, I applied for, I want to say the Bill and Melinda Gates, their national scholarship. And she went to the website and she looked up some of the students who had previously won. And then she Instagram stalked them, and then she DM'd 1 or 2 and said, hey, congratulations on being a previous recipient of the Bill and Melinda Gates Scholarship. I'm interested in applying. And I would like to know if you could set aside a few times, or can I chat with you to understand what worked for you? Young people don't mind helping you. You're not their competition. The only people you're competing against with in life, and this is my life motto, I don't worry about how well other people are doing, or I care about if they're not doing well because I want to help everybody do well. But if they are doing better than me, that's great. How can I learn from you? And 2, I'm my only competition. So other people are willing to help you because they don't necessarily see you as their competition either. So with that being said, she actually applied some of the strategies. 1, she took the time to find that mentor. 2, one of the things she shared with them, I think I mentioned earlier, find a way to connect to something that's bigger than you. So in your writing, in your profile, as you're applying, talk about how you want to make a difference. And use those things to highlight why you're interested in what you're interested in and the problem you see in society and how you want to help be part of the solution and not just part of the problem. Those things will matter when people are looking at, who do we want to invest our limited scholarship resources with? So that's why I want to share some of the things that I'm sharing. She also didn't run from essays. Some students, you would be surprised how many students I run into, and they say, I didn't apply for that. They wanted me to write an essay. Guess what? The ones who got awarded that scholarship owe you a thank you. I said that to a student. I said, somebody's going to thank you one day. And it's like, why do you say that? Because you made it easy for them to get the scholarship. By not applying for scholarships with essays, you are limiting yourself and you're boosting up those who are willing to. A lot of young people aren't willing to write the essays and definitely aren't willing to write good essays. And so someone had put in the chat earlier, well, how do I get better at writing essays? Well, I got all kind of videos that I'll click back on it in a few minutes and share these slides, but I have YouTube videos that focus just on how to write better, compelling essays. Watch something, develop your skill, use Grammarly, get somebody to proofread it. Those things we talked about earlier are ways in which you can strengthen your essay writing skills, not just for college admissions, but for scholarships. And during COVID, when many students weren't taking the SAT and ACT test, colleges were still admitting and people were still giving out scholarships. Guess what they use to make the difference in who they gave their money to? Essays. It's your unique chance to tell the story of who you are. Nobody knows your story and can tell your story better than you. So guess what? Write the essays and tell the story, a compelling story about you, your life, something that mattered, and reach them emotionally. Let them get to know you differently. And those things will make a difference. Following directions will also make a difference. We talked about that earlier, but I'm going to emphasize it again. This ain't the time for you to do what you like to do, or you think their instructions are crazy and they really meant something else. No, do what people ask you to do. This is going to go in my young adulting book because I'm using my all my children, my sons, my nephews, the young people that I work with are some great case studies and test case. Y'all generation tend to want to do it y'all way, but that's good. But have respect for other people telling you how they need it done too. Both can reside together. What happens is when it's other people making decisions about your situation, guess what? Follow their instructions. You can critique it when you come up with your own scholarships. You can create a better process later. But for now, I advise you to follow their instructions. Also encourage you to track your scholarship progress. Where is it? I have somewhere in here, there's another template that has a tracking sheet for you to track all the scholarships that you are actually applying for. So I'll share that with you in just a few minutes. But every time you apply for a scholarship, every time you search for a scholarship and think you're eligible for it, add it to that tracking sheet. And every time you apply for one, you mark off applied on 8/12/2023, that sort of thing. Also, know that there are different types of scholarships. There's need-based, financial need-based, merit-based, which is academic, interest-based. Oh, Miss Christie, is that why you had us put our interest on our scholar profile? Bingo, yes. So if you go back to your scholar profile that you're going to create and you say, oh, I did put down that I like, playing the piano, or I like ballet or dance or creative arts, or I can paint very well, whatever you're really great at or you enjoy, there are scholarships out there for almost everything. The military, the ROTC scholarship, one of my past scholarship, young man who's gotten scholarships, my cousin, he followed the same system. And he ended up with the Naval ROTC military scholarship. He's in the military now, single, no kids, living his best life, traveling, seeing the world debt-free. So there are all kinds of ROTC opportunities, and Naval or all the military branches have scholarships. And then there are athletic scholarships. We talked about that during the NCAA discussion a few minutes ago. So know that if you can think about what you do, what you're good at, even some of the things you're not good at, it can all serve you very well. So once you know that there are different types of scholarships, to the young man that say, is it even worth my while? You know what I would tell you? The more narrowly focused you could be with the type of scholarships you're interested in and that you qualify for, the better your scholarship search and the better your scholarship results will be. We're going to have a little brief exercise on that. And hopefully it'll drive home my point. But just like a college application, there are parts of a scholarship application very similar. They may want your SAT and ACT test score still. They may want financial documents if it's a financial need-based scholarship, and they want to make sure that, hey, you meet their criteria for financial need. They still may want your transcripts. They may want to know your grades in some cases. Sometimes they'll want to make sure that you are accepted into a college. Scholarship providers generally don't want to just give their money and you didn't even apply, or you didn't even get, you're not even enrolled in the fall. They want to verify you're actually on campus and enrolled, or verify you actually got accepted. So when you get your college acceptance letters, do me a favor, and your verification letters, save those, scan them in, save them electronically, and have a folder on your computer so that when they ask you for it, you can easily attach it to your scholarships as well. You will need these documents. Do not put them on a stack somewhere and say, woo, I got in. Let me rip that up or throw that away now. I don't need it again. Yes, you will. So keep everything. Your essays. Remember all those essays you wrote for college applications? No, don't throw those away. Oh, they asked you to write about leadership? Take that same leadership essay, tweak it, and use it for scholarships instead of college admissions this time. And then you might want to pull in from another one you did. Oh, they want to hear about a challenge I've experienced. Well, let me go back to my archives and pull that. And then I can tailor it. It's going to take me 30 less minutes because I'm using previous content I had. All those things will matter. Your letters of recommendation. I followed Miss Christie's tips months ago when she told me to get letters of recommendation, both for college admissions and scholarships. I still got that stack for scholarships. Now I'm going to start applying. Making sure you know what your areas of interest are. You're going to pull that from your scholar profile and from your head and from others who know you well. And then your scholar profile. Remember I told you can even use your scholar profile and attach it to your scholarship application if they allow additional documents, and only if they allow. But those are the parts of a scholarship application. You're going to follow a similar process. Your essays for the scholarship are going to focus on the bottom. Why should you be awarded a scholarship? Your essays and your letters of recommendation. Here's that template I talked about. Guess where you can find it? Yes, in the college funding workbook. There's 2 workbooks. I keep stressing that because I want to make sure y'all know where to find. There's the college admissions, all things to get accepted in the school, and the college funding, all things to get the money you need are in this one. But this template is in there. If you notice, my son used this. It was a love, hate, love. I made, again, when he got on my nerves one day, I said, go and find 10 scholarships that you can apply for and you meet the eligibility one day. And he was like, Mom, do I have to? And I was like, you sure do. And so he did. And so he put all the information. I said, copy and paste the link you found it at, because we don't want to have to figure out later where you saw it at. That's wasting more time in the future. What's the criteria? You need to have a 2.5. You have to have this. You have to have that. How much do they want to give you? Award amount. When is the deadline to apply? Do you have to write an essay? Do you need a letter of recommendation? Any test scores needed? When do you submit your application? And what decision did they come back with? Etc. These so easy. It's so easy. And you even see I have your EFC up here. How much you need for your, this is great. So once you get your FAFSA back and you say, I need $10,000 and my EFC was 20, 30, I don't know what the number is, but you put those here because that's what you're gonna say, I need to keep going till I get my need met, all in one place. So my son used this, and then I had him sort all of his scholarships by the deadline. So you're like, well, I play sports, Miss Christie. I do this, I work. We don't have a lot of time to look for scholarships. Sorting is gonna be your biggest and your best friend. Because let's say there's scholarships with a September deadline. September is at the top of your list. Then the October ones are listed next. Then November, then December. Which ones, it's August right now. Which ones are you gonna focus on first? Somebody put in the chat. Which scholarships are you gonna focus on first if you have them sorted? Anyone? Okay. Thank you. They're coming in now. Maybe it was a little slow. The ones closest to the deadline, the earliest date. So that's the value of sorting. And thank y'all. Y'all are on it. Y'all don't know how much y'all are going to set yourselves apart from everybody else. In August, you're going to focus on September. You're going to sit down with your folks and say, okay, I got 8 scholarships that I really think I got a good shot for September. I'm going to focus on the September ones first. And then when you get into September, you're going to focus on what? October. Now, it's not so overwhelming because you're going to have a list of like 50 scholarships. And you're going to be like, oh my God, how am I going to do all 50? You don't have to do all 50 at one time. You just have to do the first 5 for September. Then when you get to September, you say, I'm going to do the next 5 or next 10 for October. And you're breaking it up in incremental pieces, and it's not overwhelming. You're not spending a lot of time schizophrenic, like, oh, wait a minute, I don't know which one to focus on, because you have them sorted by the deadlines, and you're making sure you don't miss a deadline by doing it that way. So thank y'all for sharing how that works in the chat, because it matters. Now, here's the fun part. And I might want some of y'all to come off of mute as we get into this scenario. So now that you know that there's different types of scholarships, how the application process works, strategies on apply, let me share a scenario with you. Now, this is a true story. If anybody gets a copy of my books, or I'm going to do some giveaways here too, but if you either purchase or you're lucky enough to get a giveaway of one of my books and resources, what you will find somewhere in my books is my phone number. Miss Christie, you put your phone number in your book? I did, because if you have a question, I want to answer it. And I put my email address in the book. So guess what? One day my phone rings, and it's my Google phone number, so don't get, for security purposes, but it rings straight to my regular phone. And I get a call from this random young lady, and she said, Miss Christie, I can't believe you answered. And I was like, well, sure, I'm going to answer. How can I help you? And so she said, told me her situation. And that's where I built this scenario off of. And her whole problem was she had no idea how to get help financially given her situation. Can I get someone to come off mute and read this scenario out loud for me? There'll be something in it for you if you volunteer.
I can.
Oh, I heard Desmond first. His name popped up first. Desmond Cook, go ahead.
Real quick. Gloria, a Japanese-American high school senior with a 3.92 GPA who lives in Virginia. She is concerned about not getting enough funding to attend college and major in chemistry since her father died during COVID and her mother's income is low. She reached out because
Sorry, it should say no one.
Her no one in her family went to college and cannot help her understand the college funding process. Gloria plays the piano well, but she had concerns that her ADHD and this might hinder her from learning at the same pace as others in college. What type of scholarships can Gloria apply for?
All right, thank you, Desmond. So first of all, I should not be typing this scenario at 11 o'clock at night, because clearly I need to proofread my paragraph. But that's a perfect example. I'm looking at this like, did I write that? But yeah, there's a couple of typos here, so I'm calling that out on myself. So even more important, why you have to proofread what you put together. But basically, Gloria has a situation. She's trying to figure out how she can get scholarship help and what she can apply for. So I want y'all to think about, what type of scholarships stick out to you based on her scenario? How many types of scholarships do you think can you come up with? So think about that for a second. You can include it in the chat. You can just think about it, count them up on your fingers, or even write them down on a sheet of paper and say, she can apply for this type, that type, that type. But what type of scholarships do you think she can come up with? Okay, thank you, Isabella, for getting us started. Thank you, Amatala. Thank you, Omiya. And I hope I'm saying that right, Omiya. Ivy, thank you. Okay,
It's Omaya.
Omaya, okay, that's
Yes.
pretty.
Thank you.
Okay, music. Okay, merit-based, GPA, ADHD specific, Yasmin. Okay, Kebab says the same. Kebab. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names.
It's kebab.
Thank you. I appreciate that. ADHD. All right. First generation college student. Okay. Drum roll. Anybody else? Okay. Academic. Okay. Okay. Disability, music. Look at all these scholarships, y'all. Just from reading this one situation. Yes, COVID impact. Parents, yes, Kennedy. Thank you all. So look at this. And I might even still be missing some. She's a female. Nobody directly said that, but she's a female. There are scholarships just because you're a female. She's a Japanese American. There's Asian American, Japanese American, minority scholarships. There's 2 or 3 built right into that. Then she's a high school senior. That's a scholarship within itself. Some entities only want to give their money to high school seniors. She had a 3.9. Merit academic. You guys were spot on. She lives in Virginia. I didn't see anybody say local scholarships, but remember I told you, well, I don't know if I mentioned it, but local scholarship are my favorite scholarships because not many students know about them and not many students apply for them. So how about chemistry? I was very encouraged to see that. Someone did say chemistry, so thank y'all very much. Y'all picked that up. Y'all are pretty astute. And first of all, the major itself, chemistry, very specific major. People are looking for students and they earmark their money and say, I only want to give my money to a female Japanese American student who's majoring in chemistry. Chemistry could be very specific, or they could broaden it and say, I want to give my money to somebody who's interested in STEM. Both classes. Her father died. COVID impact. You guys nailed it. And, or it has nothing to do with COVID, a deceased parent. And we're already up to 9 scholarships and we're not even finished yet. Then her mother's income is low. So she has a financial need. Someone highlighted that. And she can also not only apply for scholarships with a financial need, but there are grants in each state for students with low incomes. She reached out because no one in her family went to college. I am so glad. This was a bonus one for me. Who was it who said first generation? And Jolly. Perfect. Nobody went to college. That is a red flag, not a red flag, a green flag. Let's use a better color. A green flag that because nobody else went to college, you're the first generation. People are looking for first generation students to help. And she cannot help her understand the college funding process. Gloria plays the piano. You guys picked up on that too. A talent interest based. She's musical. She can look for music scholarships, artistic scholarships, specifically piano scholarships. The more specific you can get with your scholarship search, the fewer people who have your exact situation. The fewer people who will apply. So, the more narrowly focused you can get, the more you increase your chances. She also had, but we use the word but she had concerns that her ADHD. Now, while she saw it as a concern, I'm so glad you guys recognized that it was an opportunity. Both a learning challenge, there could be scholarships for individuals with ADHD specifically, learning challenges, or a disability, and whether or not you would classify ADHD as a disability, even if a student has a different type of disability, there's all kinds of scholarships out there for students with disabilities. And so right here, there are 13 and more different scholarships. What do y'all think about that? Anybody want to come off mute? And did you see 13? When I went back here,
Amazing.
Who counted 13 or higher? Because I think there's even more. It was late and I was trying to highlight the obvious ones, but I think there are even more. So what I did that day when she called me, she gave me a very similar story. I changed a few things to protect the innocent, but it was very close to this. And when I finished rattling off, I ended up with 10 in my conversation over the phone. I just listened for about 2 minutes. And when this young lady finished talking to me, I said, there's 10 scholarships that I can think of off the top of my head. And I rattled them off just as quick as we did in this paragraph. And she said, oh my God, I never thought about my situation that way. Most young people don't. And it wasn't just about GPA, as you can see here. And so that is the value of thinking about your situation differently and knowing that you can look for all kinds of scholarships. If you're left-handed, if you're right-handed, if you're vegetarian, you would be surprised. If you come up with the topic and Google scholarships and put that, in the scholarship search, you would be surprised what comes up. And a lot of other people aren't going to have your unique situation. So it's going to exclude them from being able to apply. You want to look for scholarships that most people can't get because they're not eligible. So keep that in mind. Any other thoughts on that? All right. So someone asked earlier, well, where are the websites? Where do you search? Google. Anybody have a problem? Are y'all allergic to Google? Google, when Google first came on the market, when I first graduated from high school, we didn't have the internet, and the internet was just coming alive, so to speak. We didn't have Google. Google started out as a noun. Go to Google. Now Google is both a noun and a verb. So use the verb part and Google it. All those different type of scholarships we just highlighted and more are available if you put in the right key words, because scholarships are everywhere. So what does that mean? Let's just take Gloria's scholarship search example, for example. If you go to Google and you put in, let's say she's looking for a local scholarship. She's going to $1,000. Is that a macro or micro scholarship? Who can answer? Micro, thank you. It's a micro, it's under 5,000. So she's local, she lives in Virginia, chemistry. But if you go to the search and you type in scholarships for $1,000, scholarship, quote unquote, $1,000 applications, Virginia 2023, scholarship chemistry application, scholarship female or scholarship Japanese female application. Or you can combine some of the things that we saw in Gloria's profile. What if you combine $1,000 scholarship for females in Virginia, or chemistry minority females, or minority females with ADHD? You see how if you take those 13 plus areas that we highlighted for Gloria, and you start combining some of those keywords, it's going to give you a narrow pool of scholarships and exponentially increase the number of type of scholarships that we probably never would have thought about we could apply for. Very interesting concept and a different way of looking at searching for scholarships. Now, you do have to weed through them. You're gonna have to do a little legwork. It might not always come easy, but they're there. Particularly as you go to local. Maybe you say local. Maybe if you live like my kids went to school in Virginia, in Prince William County. Maybe you don't say Virginia. Maybe you say $1,000 application scholarships in Prince William County, Virginia, or your city, or make it the more narrowly focused, the fewer people who are going to be able to find it, number one, and apply, number two. Does that make sense to y'all? I hope so. So as I'm going to stop sharing for a minute, and I'm going to see if I can pull up my desktop. Let me know if you cannot see my desktop. I'm going to go to Google. I'm on Google. Can everybody see me on Google? Yes, looks like. Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna do exactly what I said. Scholarships. I think I said $1,000. Oh, look, some of these are already coming up. Let's see, $1,000. Let's say in Virginia. Bam, scholarships are coming up. Virginia scholarships. Oh man, this is specific to my state. Let's see if I put in scholarships. Let's just say 5,000. Let's just increase that a little bit for African American, engineering, female, Let's see what comes up. ABC's Big Scholarship, grants for Black students, financial assistance, Black youth scholarships, and whatever your ethnicity. I'm not picking on one, I'm not singling out one over another, but use what you got to get what you need is my only point. Regardless of what your ethnicity is, use it to your advantage. Scholarships for Black and African American students, top 118. Now, you look at the sources and you start to see things like Scholarships 360, scholarships.com. Those are great. And I like sifting through those, but I also like looking for ones that aren't commonly known. If you type in foundation scholarships, let's do that. I think Tracy put in the chat, foundation scholarships. So then you might, oh, look, Tom Joyner scholarship. He's investing in HBCUs. This was certainly different than the search we just had a minute ago, right? Grants for women in STEM. I said an African-American female, right? With an engineering, looking for engineering. So they automatically, filtered women and STEM. Let's see, this entity here, Fox Valley, they have one where they give over $800,000 awarded each year. So that is what I mean by tailoring your search to what makes you uniquely different. I hope that helps. Please let me know if you can see my PowerPoint now. Absolutely. There are Greek scholarships, my sorority, all the fraternities, all kinds of nonprofits have scholarships. So those local ones, I live in Stafford, Virginia, and my AKA chapter, we have a scholarship, and we want to award our money to students who live in Stafford or Fauquier County where we serve. So guess what? No students outside of that area are going to get our scholarships. And guess what? Very few students apply for our scholarship. But the ones who do have phenomenal odds because nobody else is applying. Those are the scholarships I want y'all to start looking for. Now, someone mentioned where else can you find them? Go to your high school counseling office. We already said you should have a relationship with your school counselor. One of the questions you should ask is, hey, do you get scholarships weekly, monthly? How do you share scholarships with students? Now, when my sons were in Prince William County, we used to get a weekly email from their career counselor, and she would have a list of local scholarships, and we would be on top of it, as me and my sons. But do the same, but ask your school counselor and make sure you and your parents are on the email distribution to be able to get those when they come out. Also, some of the common ones, we just saw some of these. I just saw scholarship.com. Scholarly, it's an okay one. CAPEC, some of these are great because they will get a pool of scholarships and they'll house them on their web portal, and then you filter it based on those things that make you your unique identifiers. Let's call them those, your own unique identifiers. And then it'll pop out with a list that specifically pertains to your unique situation. For-profit organizations, nonprofit organizations, companies. The company that actually ended up giving me a scholarship was a business, the one that I got to college on. They were looking for females or women in engineering or African Americans going to HBCUs in engineering. So even companies, I worked in the oil and gas industry, and I know that might not be the sexiest industry to some of you, but go after industries that have a hard time getting minorities if you're a minority, or a hard time getting students in STEM, but they're looking for you. You're in high demand in certain industries, and look for them. Another great source is professional associations. What do I mean by that? Let me see if I can stop sharing again. So let's say I go back to the search and I put in, if I'm an African-American female interested in a scholarship, what if I put in professional organizations such as, anybody heard of NSBE? National Society of Black Engineers? Look, National Society of Black Engineers scholarships. Every national professional organization, National Bankers Association, National Accounting Association, National Nursing Association, National, there's a women, Society of Women Engineers. I used to be members of all of those, but all of these professional organizations have scholarships. So use that to your advantage too, because they're looking for people to enter their specific profession. So whatever your career or your college major, target those local chapters and the national chapters of all of those professional organizations. I'm a member of the American Association of Blacks in Energy, for example. Check this out. And I'm in the DC chapter. I'm just going to give you a quick scholarship. Now, they're looking for students in the DC area. So, actually, let me just go in. I know their website. American Association of Blacks in Energy. It should come up. ABE. There it is. So here it is. Here's the national organization. Here's the national organization. They actually have a whole section on their professional page called Student Opportunity Scholarships. Sometimes they'll have scholarships, and if you're in college, they'll have internships listed too. And if you're in college, you should be thinking about interning. So guess what? While their application period closed last year, I'm going to copy the link to this website and paste it in my tracking sheet, because next January, when it opens up again, I'm going to be on it. Because not only do they have national scholarships, but they have local chapters all across the country. So if I live in Virginia, I'm going to go to the Virginia chapter and apply for their local ones, because I'm a local student and nobody except Virginia students can get those. So as you can see, I'm pretty passionate about the search part of the whole scholarship piece, because I think for me, it's really a matter of thinking differently about how to approach it. The money is out there. There's billions of dollars that go unclaimed every year in scholarships because folks don't know how to get to the scholarships that they're most likely eligible for. And I want to make sure that's not your reality. So the way that I do it, so 2 years ago, I said, you know what? I keep running into some brilliant students, and I can't keep remembering 6, 8, 1,000 students to remind them, oh, this person wants this type of scholarship, and I just saw this one hit my radar. So I stopped sending individual scholarships out. I don't do that anymore. I point you to the one place where I post all the ones I hear about. And if you're on Facebook, if you type in Scholarship for Scholars, if you are on Instagram, Scholarship for Scholars, or if you follow me on my TikTok channel at Doc Christie, you will get the exclusive scholarships. People call me and they say, Christie, I got the money, but I don't have the students. And I say, what? I got the students and I don't have the money. So they'll say, can you post my scholarship? And I'll say, absolutely. I'll post their scholarship, and those students end up, in many cases, getting the scholarships. And if you ever see me post in all caps or bold, I strongly encourage you to apply. It means I know somebody, I know who's evaluating, or I know they don't have a lot of applicants, and your odds are looking pretty good if you meet the eligibility requirements. So join my exclusive Scholarships for Scholars groups if you have not already, because that's where I try to post scholarship information, internships. So if you're in college, I still encourage you to join, because if I get internships, those sorts of things, job opportunities for young adults, I'm posting all that in these places because you're in my exclusive group. Also, I know a young one of you asked, oh, I don't write essays well. Well, if you go to my Invest in Others YouTube channel, I have all kinds of resources, tips for taking the SAT, ACT, essays, funding, admissions panels. If you want to hear from admissions representatives on what they're looking for, watch that one. All kinds of resources. So the resources aren't your problem. It's getting organized, being diligent, having a plan, and having a winning system. That's what's going to really separate you from everyone else. Any questions on the scholarship segment? Let me know if you found it to be helpful. Thank you, Tracy. Yep, internships definitely lead to jobs. Okay, good. Thank you, Kennedy, Yasmin, Tracy. Yep. Alila, great. All right, excellent. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to have a plan for looking for scholarships. Once you get organized, you got a scholar profile, you've got, the basics, you got a plan. Then applying for scholarships will be so much easier. If you follow the systems and the approaches that led you up to this point for applying for scholarships, it will be so easy to apply for scholarships. You already got the letters of recommendation. You already got samples of essays. Your scholarship search is going to be easier than 99% of all of your peers because you are armed with resources. You've positioned yourself very well, and that should help you exponentially. You can always reach out to me, and I'm happy to help you all anytime you need with that. And I did not, let me see if it'll let me add my email address, see if it'll let me end this. I didn't add it to this slide, but I will. It's a little long, but there's my email address. And so if you have questions about scholarships, then ask. Closed mouths don't get fed. My biggest problem, and this is, I'm speaking as a parent, I'm taking off my presenter hat and putting on a parent hat. My biggest problem with y'all young folks is y'all so busy on these devices that y'all interpersonal skills are shot. Y'all ability to advocate, communicate, and articulate is off. And I always have to tell my sons, they was like, well, Mom, what should I say? And I'm like, put this down and y'all need to work on your interpersonal skills. So if you need help, don't sit in silence and say, well, I ain't asked nobody, but I ain't getting no scholarship. Just because you ain't applied for none. Or don't get to college and say, well, I got an F, but I never went to my teacher's office hours and I never asked for help directly. It's your responsibility. You need, this is a different phase of life where you are going to have to step up to the plate in order to hit the bat. It's not just going to come to you. You're not going to hit a home run sitting in the stands. So I'm sharing that because I really want to emphasize, if you need help and I say I'm available to help and you don't ask for it, I'm assuming y'all got it covered. Okay? All right. So now we're going to move. Are there any last questions before we get to our closing remarks for today? Let's see. Can you say one more time when the best time to apply for college is? Thank you. Yes, I will say the fall. My high school seniors, you have between now to get organized, August and September to get organized, September, November, December, you're pulling the trigger on college applications based on the deadlines, whose deadline is coming up first. Or the school you really want to get into, you might want to get that application in first because you want to know as soon as possible if you are going to get into your dream school and if they're going to offer you money. This year might be a little different because if the schools don't get the financial aid information from FAFSA until December, January, then you can most likely expect your award letters in January, February. But check the mail, check your emails, and as soon as you get your award letters, respond, get your questions answered, make sure you lock that in. Let's see. Should I wait until I take the SAT to apply for scholarships? No. Because some scholarships don't even ask you to provide your SAT score. So why would you wait? You want to fill out your tracking sheet and you'll know. If you go back to that tracking sheet I talked about, if it says you don't even need, if it's no, I don't need an essay or I don't need a test score, then get to applying, get them applications in. Don't wait. If whatever's on here, you can get done and get out of your queue, get it out of your queue, and then save what's left for when you have those scores available. All right. Thank you. Somebody else tried to help with that. I appreciate that. Let's see what else I have. Someone did early action for all their schools, and I got my first acceptance by mid-November. Thank you for sharing that, Kennedy, because if you apply early and there's not a lot of applications coming in yet, they're going to go ahead and get you out of the way and they're going to give you a decision. And then you'll know which schools earlier than most other students. And same for scholarships. You don't have to wait, seniors. Matter of fact, I just posted some scholarships in my scholars groups all over this past week. And I'll be honest with you, the deadlines are coming up. So you don't have to wait to apply for scholarships until after you apply to colleges. Do both. Look, this isn't the time for you to take your foot off the pedal as a student or a parent. It's a time for you to strategize and get more organized and then make your drive a little bit smoother. So keep your foot on the pedal, go about methodically getting organized. It's a few things out of the resources that I've shared with you to get you organized, and it will pay dividends. Someone said a good tip that was given to me was to apply for scholarships every day for at least an hour. I love it. I love it. And if you can't do an hour a day, do 2 hours every weekend. Maybe Sundays. Sundays are usually a day where things are kind of laid back. You're getting ready for the next week. Not a whole lot of ripping and running like Saturdays with activities. Maybe you say, if you go to church, go to church. If you don't, it's fine too. But maybe you designate a certain time every day, every week, every other day, whatever works for your schedule, and say, you know what, I'm going to apply for X number of scholarships. And maybe one week you do a search. This week, I'm only going to focus on searching for 10 unique scholarships that Miss Christie highlighted. And then the next week you start applying. So put together a process that works for you. It's kind of like when you're trying to eat healthy and exercise. Everybody don't have the same exercises. Everybody don't have the same eating habits. So you have to do what really works for you. All right. And so lastly, drum roll, every year, and I'm always interested in growing this. I love helping students, and as I ask y'all to spend your Saturday and part of your Sunday with me, I feel compelled to share some things to help you moving forward. One, let me quickly go over tomorrow's agenda. We're going to start at 3 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern time. I'll kick it off. We'll do a quick recap. I'll talk a little bit about entrepreneurship and how to start your own business. There's young people. My cousin, she lives in Alabama. She's 12 and she has a candle making business and her own website. Maybe I'll pull it up tomorrow and show it to you. But it's never too early to start. We'll talk about that. Then we'll talk about real estate, how to start off with a career in real estate. My 22-year-old son is working on his real estate license as we speak. Or home ownership, how to become a homeowner in your 20s. It's very tangible. You don't never have to rent. Imagine a reality that when you graduate from college, you don't have to rent. You can buy. You can probably buy now while, there's all kinds of scenarios. But we don't necessarily think and talk about those things. So I want to talk about those. Mr. Witherspoon will join us. And then we'll have a dear friend, a fellow Hamptonian, Jonathan Wright, will join us at 4:45 to talk about financial planning for young adults. And then we will wrap up and announce our scholarship winners for this summit. So save the date, 2024, August 10th and 11th. We will have our next summit next year. We're going to have some great presenters next year again. It'll look a little different than it does this year because every year kind of put a little twist on it. But it's going to be all worthwhile information shared. There's core information I share at every summit about college planning and college funding, but then there's other unique things I will build in around it. So we'll share more. And now that you've registered for this event, you're on my email distro. So when I launch the registration for next year, you'll automatically get an email from me for that event and you can register. Now, to the point moment where I hope most of you, there's 27 individuals on the meeting left, but I have several entities that have generously donated funds towards me to be able to offer you scholarships. So I don't care if you're in middle school, high school, or a current college student. If you go through the exercise and I'm going and follow the instructions, you will have an equal opportunity to get funding. You can use the funding to help pay for, if you're a senior, a college application. If you're currently in college, it may help with books. If you're about to take the SAT, it might pay for your registration. So you get to decide how you use the funds. But right now I have $2,500 to $3,100 to award for this year's summit. And thank you to our generous donors who have graciously supported this event. Here's what you will need to do. So to be eligible, you have to have attended both days. So as you apply tonight, if you apply tonight and you're not on tomorrow, man, I got to take you out of the running. So you have to attend both days of the summit. You have to either, you can be in middle school, because I did see a middle school student, so I'm not going to exclude a middle school student because it could still help you to pay for some sort of enrichment. But if you're a current middle or high school student, if you are a current college student, and if you are a student who may be interested in pursuing associate technical vocational school, highlight that in the application. If you go to an HBCU, one of the entities earmarked his funds that you either have to be an HBCU or a high school senior who's interested in an HBCU, that sort of thing. So let me know that as you're in your application. And I do believe I asked that question. U.S. citizen, develop your scholar profile. So here's the thing. You have to create a scholar profile. If you were on last year, you need to have an updated one. Don't submit dates that aren't current if you applied last year and a year has gone by and you haven't updated it. So I'm going to be checking, and I know who some of you return students are. So I'm looking to see that you've updated your scholar profile. There's a small 250-word essay, and then you have to join one of my exclusive groups, Scholarship for Scholars groups. Instagram, IG, and even if you want to follow me on TikTok, I'll accept that too, but you have to attach a screenshot to your application. It's an online application, and then you have to provide your GPA as best you know it. Now, in order to actually get the funds sent out to you, we will need to verify your GPA. So if you have an official transcript or a report card that shows your current GPA or your previous GPA from the last semester, the spring semester, attach that too, because the more information I have, the more I can make a decision. I don't do guessing games very well. I get irritated and annoyed, and I move on to the next student if I have to try to guess. So with that being said, here's a little checklist for you. Complete the online application. The essay is going to be centered around what are your college major and or career aspirations? Why did you choose this major or career? I want to hear from you. What are you thinking around that? Also, we'll need a photo, because one of the things our scholarship recipients, they want a little bit of data on who they've donated funding to. So we want to make sure that we can share a little bit about you, what you're interested in majoring in, and all that information. You'll need to make sure you have, if you're in college or you're going to college in the fall, or you've even gotten accepted, provide that verification enrollment or college enrollment, unofficial transcript, acceptance letter. These are some of the things that we're willing to accept. You do not need official transcripts, but unofficial will work. Rikaya says, can the essay be more than 250 words? Can somebody share with me what I said about in the chat? Somebody help out your peer about following directions.
Miss Chris said that we cannot go over the limit, and that most college admissions will not read if you have over either 250 words, 350 words, etc.
Thank you so much, Amaya. Basically follow directions. And I'm not trying to single you out, but it's a common question I get all the time. If someone says, give us 500 words and you give them 502, they're going to get annoyed because they're like, I did not, here they go, not following directions again. Or they say 500 and you give them 1,000, I'm really not reading that. So I would encourage you, what it forces you to do is say more with less. 250 words is a sweet spot for me because it forces you to be concise, to be clear, but it has to be written in a way that it answers my question here. If I read your essay and you don't answer both parts of the question, it's a good attempt, but I'm not sure if it's scholarship award worthy because you didn't follow instructions well. So screenshot of your Scholarship for Scholars. And we're going to be looking at, did they attend both days of the summit? Do they have a completed application? Was it submitted on time? The quality of their essay response, were there typos? Did they even answer both parts of the question? Was it compelling? Your scholar profile and your ability to follow directions. I'm looking at those things. Here's why I'm doing it, for two reasons. One, I love being able to give away scholarships to y'all. And I hope that over time, the donors I get are going to give even more money over time. Two, I want to make sure if y'all can't follow the simple instructions with my scholarship, that could be part of the reason why you're not getting some of the other scholarships. So if you can meet me here with a level of quality, then that gives me confidence that my students, all y'all my babies now, you're going to walk away and you're going to know how to professionally put together your scholarships according to what they're asking you for. And I want to make sure you are prepared. If your unofficial transcript does not have your GPA, but it has your high school grades, is that acceptable? Angeli, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, if it has your grades, that's fine. However, in order to actually get the funds, you're going to need to produce an unofficial scholarship, something that shows your actual GPA. So don't lie about your GPA, because we're going to circle back around and need further verification if we need to before we send out the check. And if you're not gonna, and if you don't meet, and if you don't send it back to us in a timely manner, we're going to go to the next person on our list who was ranked next, who might not have received an award. They may get a surprise letter saying congratulations, or an email saying congratulations. If you can now verify your GPA, then you will actually get the money instead of someone who wasn't able to follow the directions or meet our timelines. All these things matter, not just for me, but how you're going to move for the rest of your life. And so I want to make sure you're in the practice of paying attention to these things. So we're going to announce the winners tomorrow during closing remarks. And then, like I said, final awards will be subject to verification of enrollment, acceptance, and even GPA. If there's an entity, because one of the entities said you have to have at least a 2.5. It doesn't matter to y'all which one now. Just everyone provide your GPAs that you have, and we'll match those up as we're getting the applications in tonight. And then you're submitting one application, and it's all online by 10 o'clock tonight. Put in the chat, what time is your application due? Before what time? Put in the chat, please. Thank you, Jasmine, mom of the Benjamins. Thank you, Yasmin, Rakaya, Alayla. Thank you, 10 p.m. Don't come emailing me at 10:02 saying it closed on me. Can you? No, I'm not opening it back up. I suggest that you make sure you can get in there long before 9 p.m. because if you run into a technical difficulty, don't text me at 9:59 saying I had a technical issue. You can email me. Matter of fact, I'm going to put my email address. If you run into a technical issue, now I got an event excellence that I'm going to tonight, but I will try to monitor my email. I'm putting my email address in the chat. Only email me if it's extremely critical. But if you're having a technical issue and it's on my side because my website system didn't allow something to get through, then email me and say, hey, can you help me sort this out? But if it's something on your end that you can self-manage and influence, please try to. Incomplete or late packages will not be considered. On the left, you'll see the application. On the right is the QR code for the scholar profile. Please grab them both now. Or let me see if I can do this too. Let me end the show. Copy here. Let me put it in the chat. This is to the application, because sometimes you need the actual link. I'm good. I need the link sometimes. Sometimes the QR code isn't good if I'm doing it on a computer versus a mobile device. So let me grab the scholar profile, and then I'm gonna let y'all go because it's 3 o'clock. Here it is, the link to the scholar profile. So please grab these, save these in a safe place. You may be able to surf my website for them, but the application link, I don't even think I made that viewable. So you actually need the link to the application. And I think, yeah, that's really it. Barring any questions from you all, I would say we're all set for tonight. I will see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. sharp. Tomorrow's going to go fast since it's only 3 hours. I promise you it's going to go so fast tomorrow, but it'll be worth it. So good luck to y'all. Get those applications in. Now, I'm going to tell you this before you get off. Some of y'all are going to apply and some of y'all won't. I am not offended if you don't. But those who do, it means you're taking it serious and you're trying to maximize what you can get out of this program, the summit, and also any opportunity you can position yourself to get some funding to help you. It's out there for you. You just got to be willing to work for it a little bit. So have a good night and thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
You too.
You as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank y'all.